Koemasu ka? Koemasu ka? That was 5 minutes, right? It was a little over. It's like 7. I made a coffee. Hello. Hello. Thank you, Skittles, by the way. Thank you. Hi, Mozu. It's 4 a.m. I don't know why I'm still awake, so have a good stream. See ya. See you later. Thank you for tuning in, even for just a moment. Thank you. It's Ghost Mozu. I'm still tired, man. I was up till 5. Not of my own volition. I even drank Z-Quil to help me sleep, and I don't think it did much. So I'm still sleepy. I door-dashed ibuprofen to my house yesterday so that I could get rid of the brain hurt. Hello! Oh my god. I'm not really gonna start doing this now. Bro! As soon as I start streaming, it's like, oh, sleepy time. Oh, I'm sleepy that's ever sleepy. Hello! Good morning. It's 1 p.m., but it's might as well be morning for me. Ah. But yeah, I have ibuprofen now, and I'm trying to drink coffee to wake myself up. I'm so tired. Is your brain doing good? Yeah, it doesn't hurt like it did yesterday. I can tell I still need like a full night's sleep though. Like, I have not been able to have a full night's sleep in a while. Even yesterday when I tried, it's not possible. Here, I think perhaps this is why. Perhaps this is why my sister's dogs, every day she leaves for work, they freak out. And they bark and they growl and they play and they throw things and they squeak. Like, they go absolutely nuts every single morning, like, whoa, 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 whoa. That's their squeaky toy. Like, they do that every single morning at the top of their lungs. Every single morning. So I'm just in there like, every morning at the crack of dawn. Yeah. We're really gonna need to tranquilize her. My sister? Or there's a girl and a boy dog. Which one? I would say the boy dog is the one that's way louder. Pupples be like that. Not really. It's just those two. Just those two. I've had so many dogs over the course of my life, and these two are the only ones that like decide that, yes, I think I will freak out every single morning and scream at the top of my lungs. Every morning. Yeah. I only woke up like 20 minutes ago, so good morning. Good morning! Good morning! Guys, I think I might be shadow banned. I'm noticing every time I upload shorts, they are getting, limited? Like, they're getting, like, demonetized and stuff, which is not a good sign. Like, I don't make much money off of ads anyway, so that's not what I care about. It's that if you get demonetized too many times, it's not a good sign for what your entire channel is going to be going through. Because obviously, if they feel like they can't put ads on your stuff, they also don't want to promote your channel because they're not going to make any money off your channel. Like YouTube won't, so... That last short was... Every single short with my new model has been, like... not well. And then also... There's like... Okay, well, it's a little better now, but like at the start of the stream, there was like 20 people. Which is like... I know you're like, oh, wow. You're really like, okay, your standards are... Okay, wow. You don't care about the 20... No, obviously I care about the 20 people. But last stream, we had like over 200. Over 200 for like a headache stream. I understand that Higurashi is like a continuous series, so it's hard to just hop on, but it does not make any sense why the drop-off would be that significant. Higurashi's friends... Yeah, but even so, that doesn't make sense. Like, pre-debut... I still had higher numbers for Higurashi as well. So, it's not buff game versus niche. It's not. It's really not. Because it's not like that. I have studied my analytics, and this is very uncommon. This is very uncommon. The drop-off on the shorts is just too much for it to just be random. Maybe put a ticket in? Wow. That will not do anything. That will not do anything. Do you know how many times I've tried to do tickets with YouTube staff? They are the most... useless ever. They are so useless. They are worse than useless, actually. Monetization for you and the twins. Hope YouTube channel stops bullying. Thank you, John. Thank you. The twins? Do you mean Fuomoko? Is Fuomoko demonetized? Yeah, they don't do anything. I'm assuming it's the boobs. Are my boobs the issue? I've seen VTubers with bigger exposed boobies. I don't think it's that big of a deal. YouTube support is worse than the DMV. Well, yeah, half the people you get don't speak English. They're just using freaking autocomplete. This is what it is. They are worse than bots. Do you know why they are worse than bots? Because they're people that just sit around and they shoot in their auto-completed messages over and over because they don't want to actually talk to anybody. They are worse than bots because they give even less of a crap than a bot would. Because bots aren't malicious and angry. Dude, when I was trying to get my ads sorted, I am literally trying to give you money, YouTube. I'm trying to give you thousands of dollars. And YouTube was like, they were like, hello, can I send you to a, would you want a consultation specialist? And I was like, no, I've already talked to one. I talked to one 2 days ago, like 3 support tickets ago. By the way, I sent it a support ticket through email for my McFlicking ad back when I was still trying to get it to run. They told me to send it via email because they weren't going to, like, I guess they were just saying that the text people couldn't help me. I was like, okay. So I sent one by email. Still haven't heard anything from that. That was before debut. So I just think they just don't answer emails, just period. They won't do that. They just do not do that. Yeah. Did you get demonetized? I'm just turning in. I get demonetized. I don't really care about that, whatever. I think I'm shadow banned, which is a bigger issue. Which is gonna really, really piss me off because there's no way to fix that. Literally, when you get shadow banned, there's not really anything you can do other than make a new channel, which is a problem. Like, at least when your channel gets deleted, you can appeal that and be like, look, my channel was deleted. Here's, like, this was my channel, that kind of stuff. When you get shadow banned, YouTube doesn't want to tell you that's what happened. And they're just not going to do that. Because also recently, I saw people in my chat saying suddenly I disappeared from all of their recommended. Like, people that watch me every day, I went out of every single person's recommended, which coincides with the shorts being all killed as well. So, yeah. No, the emotes, there's a lot I would lose if I lost this channel. Man, this is my full-time job, bro. Don't kill my channel, please. I literally don't have anything else. I'll have to go work at McDonald's. I couldn't even find your channel when I looked for it on YouTube. I had to Google it. Oh my god. We gotta rebrand to Tozumi Picnic. I don't know if there's anything to fix it. I don't think there's anything I can do to fix it. Like, there's nothing. We can just hope that it's not the case and that it'll light up eventually, but I don't know. I feel like I've been screwed. I feel like I'm a little screwed here. I'm still getting you recommended on mobile at least. Well, thank God. Thank God. Oh my god. Well, you're on my main page at least. I just checked the current stream and the last cover. Oh. You still show up on other people's videos for me. I went to my recommended and saw all your waiting rooms there. Well, you're all subscribed to me, aren't you? Wouldn't that change it a little bit? But yeah, I've noticed, not only are all my new shorts getting demonetized, but pretty much every single stream after I finish it gets demonetized as well. And I said every single time I request it to be reviewed, it's always, like, pulled away. Like, I'm not actually breaking any of their demonetization policies. Because they always approve it afterwards, but every single time the algorithm grabs me to be demonetized. Every single time now. I think it's literally my boobs. It's my boobs. I'm gonna have to cut them off, guys. I'm gonna have to cut them off. Which stream/short caused it? Nothing caused it. I think it's just over time, like, suddenly... It's not even suddenly, gradually just became more and more extreme. Like, it started off like 1 or 2 here demonetized. Now every single thing is getting demonetized after upload. Cut? Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut them off. If they're the cause, make them bigger! I think it's a combination of me being, me having big boobs, and then also, I'm very pink. So I look like skin. I look like a skin blob, and they're scared of that. I'm pink with like a red dot in the middle of me, so I guess I look to an algo like, whoa, buddy, what is that? What am I looking at? You know? She's gonna get a reduction. No! It could be the Peachy Punch. No, the Peachy Punch. The Peachy Punch was like the only one that wasn't demonetized. Peachy Punch was never demonetized. Yeah. I don't know what to do, man. What? There's literally nothing I can do. That's the case. I actually did know of another VTuber that happened to, but I suspect you do as well. I do? I know it happened to Takanashi Kiara, and she had to have a new channel. I know that happened to her, which is what I'm worried about. Which is what they're trying to keep an orange woman down. How this is what they do. This is what they do. They hated seeing orange women succeed, so they shadow banned my streams and my channel. Clearly you need tan petan mozimoria. Why don't they just tell you? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to do, man. Oh man. What a bummer. Orange love, yeah. Orange love. But yeah. I don't know. I'm very tired, so I can't think well. I haven't been... Ah! Why am I like this? I can't... What is happening? I need to sleep. I need to sleep. Why can't I sleep? I mean, I know why I can't sleep. It's because I am not allowed to sleep via the dogs. And then they make me wake up early, and then yeah, it sucks. And then I end up sleeping later because I get so exhausted in the middle of the day because I haven't slept, because I had to wake up so early because of dogs. And then I sleep, and then I wake up in the middle of the night, and then I can't sleep through most of the night. And then when I finally fall asleep at like 5 a.m., then I get woken up by the dogs again. Ah. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. I'm so... I'm just so frustrated. I'm so tired. And I have so much to do. But all I can do, literally, I sit there and I'm like, I need to write 4 freaking articles. And I'm sitting there looking at my articles. My eyes are like unfocusing. I'm seeing 3 different things at once. Everything's splitting in my vision. There's actually a solution, but you don't want to do it. What is it? What is the solution? I've been drinking ZQL. It does nothing to me. Or do you mean cut out coffee? Because I don't think the coffee is it either, because exercise. How am I gonna do that? How would I just jumping jacks? I don't know about that. You know, maybe part of it is also because my sister's been blasting the heater, and I cannot sleep in the heat. She has an autoimmune disease, so she gets cold like instantly, and unfortunately, all the heating and like cooling stuff is in my rooms. So whenever we change the temperature, I get blasted with it, and she's just like, "Oh, it's so cold up here," and I'm like, in like 90-degree weather inside my office. It's the worst. I'm not in my nose. Ring Fit streams. I don't have Ring Fit. And I can't capture a Switch. If I could capture a Switch, I would have played Switch games already. Exercise ball stream, let's go. No. Tiring self out with basics like push-ups and sit-ups work. I hate push-ups and sit-ups. I don't think they do much other than make my arms tired. I think jumping jacks is better. At least it gets your whole blood pumping throughout your whole body. Just walk around your house. It's a physical activity. Well, I do that already. I'm tired. Oh my god. I'm mad because I can't be funny. I can't be energetic because I'm so exhausted. And like, there's so much stuff I have to do that's on my shoulders, man. I'm freaking out. Oh my gosh. That's the thing, you just need to be tired physically. You know, give me the model number of your capture card and I'll literally find out everything about it. Alright, I know how to... No. I know how to capture games. I just don't have everything I need to do it. You need a Switch charging dock to capture games, or you need a HDMI to USB or whatever the frick. And I don't have either of those things. I have to buy more stuff to get it to work. And I'm tired of buying stuff. I'm not a livestream person, just stopping by to tell you you're so freaking cute. How freaking cute you are. Thank you very much. No dock? Yeah, no dock. I don't have it. I don't use it. I don't use it. I didn't realize that was gonna be something I needed to like do anything. I didn't use the dock when I got it. I got the Switch when it first came out. Like I had a day one Switch, and I hate. I don't play it on a TV or anything. I just play it handheld mode, because I'm a handheld gamer. I'm a handheld gamer. You're funny looking. Hey, thank you, iChama. Thank you. Cute, also lewd. What? No docking. You guys are freaks. You don't have the Switch Lite, right? What is that? What is a Switch Lite? What is that? Didn't it come with it? Yeah. Yeah, years ago. Do you know how I live? That thing's gone. That was back when I still lived with my parents. That thing is like in a vortex somewhere. It has been like turned into like sludge. It's a Switch that doesn't dock. I don't dock my Switch, I just plug it in. Yeah. You're definitely still funny, Mozzie Love. Thank you. I'm saying you're like frustrated. You guys like docking, like putting like two penises together. You want to put your penis with mine, Mozu? What is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you? I'm trying to talk to you, and you're like, but penis? But like penis though, Mozu, huh? Yeah. Yeah, but like penis though. What if I talked about cock right now? What the fuck is wrong with you? You freaks. Jesus Christ. Because the Switch Lite is the only Switch that didn't ship with the dock. It physically can't dock, so you wouldn't be able to stream with it. No, it came with a dock. It came with a dock. Is this Twitch? Did it demonetize? Yeah, maybe it's you guys. Maybe you guys are the problem. You guys talk about the worst things ever. Jesus Christ. I'm in tears laughing right now. You're so simple. Hold on, hold on. I'm about to make your freaking sides burst. Hold up. You're about to get the shorts treatment, kids. Hold on. I've done this bit before, but you need it again, clearly. Here. I got some high quality entertainment for you. 1 second. Oh, what's that? What's that? What's that, chat? What's this? Look at that! Look at that! What's that? Whoa! What? Oh my god! Oh, penis! Oh, penis! Oh, penis! Oh, penis! Is that what you freaking wanted? Jesus Christ. Give me the key. Officially best stream ever. Yeah. Yeah, I'm clipping this. This is a YouTube stream! Your standards should be higher! Bring back the keys. Bring back the keys. This is your best content yet, clearly. Oh my god! Thank you, Midclax. Thank you. I don't like these keys. They don't make the jingle noise. Yeah, they make different noises. I'm sad that actually works on me. Best VTuber 10 out of 10. Yeah. I died too. Good. Mate. No, but for serious. But for real. But for serious. If I'm talking to you, don't just. I don't know. I constantly say innuendos and I can't help it. All right. I don't mean to. I know I constantly say innuendos by accident. But can we not devolve the chat into? Oh, but penis though. You can do better, guys. There's funnier stuff out there. Was you lewd? Yeah. I mean, I'm lewd. I like lewd jokes. Just don't oversaturate it. Does it legit bother you? I don't care about lewd jokes. Just like I don't know. Every single time you're just like, the booba. Like I don't know. It gets a little tiring. It's a little tiring. You can have better jokes, my friends. You can have better jokes, my friends. You can do it. Yeah, like P literally is funnier. All right. Me saying, at least I actually drank it. At least I was committed to the bit, and it wasn't just like my personality. All right. Like these, yeah, these nuts. We need to be creative. Get creative, yeah. Yeah. You guys just sometimes You can do better than this. You can do better than, like... Whoa. Fudamozu? Like that? You can do better than that. I believe in you. You can do better than that. You can do better than that at every single thing I say. You can do better than that. Obviously, I have no problem if you like, I don't know, sexualize me or whatever. I don't care. I don't care. Do whatever you want. Be happy, but be funny. I have a high standard with my comedy. All right. At least the P stuff. At least I was committed. I drank it. All right. You can do better with it. Your normal chat message. You can do better. Whoa, mommy milkies, step on me, step at me, dummy, mommy, milkies, docking, futa, lolly, whoa, what, whoa. Yeah, you can do better, sob. You can do better. You can do better. I believe in you. I believe in you. Get better material! You are more than your memes! You are. And I believe in you, and that is why I want better for you. I believe in your comedy, and you can do it. You can do it. Ew, did she just say that? No way. Sorry, I am a meme. You are. But you can be better than that. Be the jokester you can be. Reach your full potential. Be yourself. Yeah, be yourself. This is a living meme, yeah. The mites have reached the training arc, yes. Yes, we are on a funny journey together. I just wanted to say the coffee flavor sheer right now tastes great. Really? Coffee flavor sheer? That sounds like it'd be kind of nasty. I don't know, I don't like coffee flavored. I don't like chocolate, coffee, caramel, yogurt. I don't like that stuff. I like it fruit flavored. Usually like the oh my gosh, chocolate flavoring is usually pretty gross to me. Obviously, you're not eating chocolate right now, but... I'm sorry if my 3-word joke upset you. You know I heart you. Okay, passive aggressive. It didn't actually upset me. I'm just saying that, you know, we got better materials. I don't even remember what you said, to be honest. You weren't the only one that said docking, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, we will entertain the streamer. Oh my god, those keys! Oh my god! Coffee yogurt's okay. Never had a good chalky though. Chocolate yogurt is bleh. Might as well just eat mousse at that point. Be the alpha clown you were meant to be. Yeah. Rise above the clowndom. Be the most powerful clown. Yeah. Be all that you can be. Yeah. Keys to keys communication. Yeah. What does it mean? What? What? No way. What if I was doing that in Morse code and I said something like horrendous? What if I did that? Be the ringleader. Yeah. The key ringleader. I can't even imagine what coffee yogurt tastes like. First I learned the... What is the U word? Now I found out what... I'm learning so much in your chat, Mozu. Yeah. No. I told you guys. I'm not gonna tolerate the Discord daddydom. Alright? The Discord daddydom, I will not tolerate. Okay? You're better than that. I will never ever make you a Discord. Because I think Discords are cancer. And I think Discords are the lowest of the low. And I think a lot of scum congregates there. And for that reason, you can't just turn my chat into Discord. You can't do that as well. You can't. The U word just back to Temp-chan funeral. Oh, unword? The unword? I don't like it. Okay. That's another example. Patrician. Patrician? Yeah, I will never... Discord... Yeah, I'm not cool with them. I am not cool with them. But mostly, you're on Discord with other girls. Yeah, for work. For work. Because everyone uses Discord. Discord, I mean, the actual function of Discord is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But, like, being, like, a social Discorder is, yeah. Yeah, I'd probably rather you were, like, a heroin addict than a Discord person, to be honest. Discord is okay if it's girls, I guess. If it's with girls for work. Real Discord is in the schedule chat. Every time you go in the schedule... Bro, I have walked in on the schedule chat, like, flirting with each other multiple times. Talking about, like, cross-dressing and, like, doing things to each other's bodies. I have walked in on that multiple times. And every single time I'm like, what is going on? And they're like, oh, hi, Mozu. Yeah. Less crimes are committed, to be honest. Well, have I got good news for you then, alright? Chat is lonely without you. What do you mean? You mean my free chat? I'm in it pretty often. Because a lot of times I have things I want to say, but I don't think they're good enough for tweets. Because I don't want to share it with Twitter, because Twitter goes crazy. Or it's like, you know, it's like too much time till my next stream, so I'll just like say it as I remember it, as it's happening or something. That seems surprisingly common in pre-chats. It's a bit concerning. Yeah, all the, for some reason, so many VTuber fan bases are all like, I don't understand why it's like this. So many VTuber fan bases, they start out pretty normal and then they instantly turn into like, okay, but I would totally have like a cosplay orgy with all my fellow fans. Like, that's what happens with so many fandoms, YouTuber fandoms. They go from like pretty normal to suddenly like, I want to do horrible. I want to do like sexual things with the other fans. I don't understand. Why is it like that? Why is it like that? I don't get that. Okay, no, that's not healthy. No, you wouldn't. No! No! Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This. Yes. Good thing Mosey's chat is normal. Yeah! I gotta wrangle. You know, I gotta say my piece. I gotta tell you what my perspective is. Okay. Alright. I gotta know. I do not co-sign. I do not condone. I don't. You're actually say-so? I'm not say-so, but I would say I'm more say-so than most, or at least more than what a lot of people might consider me as, I'd say. Chat reflects the streamer. I am not into cross-dressing Fuda docking, thank you. That's not my thing. Yup. No one here is normal anymore after your second stream. My second stream was not supposed to be sexual. It wasn't supposed to be. It wasn't supposed to be. I thought it was silly. And it always ends up that way. It always ends up that way. Mozu is say so. I just don't know what I don't know what you're talking about. And here I thought I was in good company. Really? How? Masturbation on members? Ayo, what? What? Guys, I don't do that on members. If that's what you're saying. My member streams are just this. I just complain. It's just a yammering woman experience. You added that entire dimension, bro. You said me docking. How would I dock with my current... How would that happen? How would that happen? I would have to be. I would have to be if that's the case. You can't do that otherwise. Yeah, it's basically just Zatsu plus whatever, yeah. I did do ASMR once. Sometimes I did a pretty cool one recently. Where I talked about behind the scenes stuff, but yeah. Time to get gaslighting, boys. Yeah. But yeah, get better material. Be funnier. Be funnier. That's my line to you now. That's my line to you now. You can do better. You can do better! I believe in you. I believe in you. Exclusive Minecraft gameplay members, yeah. No commentary. My mom. This all started with the Switch dock. Yeah. Yeah. Do they still make High School Musical movies or no? What? Where did that come from? I don't know. I'm not really into musicals. I don't know, when I saw High School Musical, I don't know, it just made me cringe. I couldn't get into it because of that. I've never been into like, well, I don't like looking looking at real life people. At least, especially as a kid. I didn't like looking at real life people. I just didn't care. That's why, even though I grew up with a lot of shows that had, what is it? There was like the 5th grader survival guide. Is that what it's called? There was this live action show like way back when, early 2000s on Cartoon Network. It was like Ned's 5th grade survival guide or whatever, something like that. Ned's Declassified. Yeah, Ned's Declassified. Yeah, I think so. I think so. And that was like the only one I ever remember like seeing some. Yeah. 3D PD is a child sub patrician. Well, like I don't know. I just didn't care. I didn't care. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I just didn't care. I didn't care. They're like whatever. They're people. They're people. Who cares? They're not cartoon characters. They can't stretch and squash and have cat ears. Why would I care? Yeah. Obviously, I don't feel that way now. But that's just with cinema. That's just with cinema. Not with TV shows. I don't watch any TV shows really. Have you seen Annoying Fred? The Nickelodeon show? The Nickelodeon show of Fred from YouTube? I love Drake and Josh. I remember Drake and Josh. And iCarly. That kind of stuff. It's okay. It's okay. My mom liked it. I was like, whatever. Whatever. I'd rather be watching, like, SpongeBob right now. I'd rather be watching SpongeBob or... What else did I like? There was quite a bit of stuff I... What is it? I like Tiger Libre and stuff like that. It was just weird. Yeah. My future is being a dog. I have nothing in common with these people. Precisely. I was on the fast track to becoming a dog. I didn't have a time for such distractions. Yeah. Billy and Mandy was peak humor to me. I like Billy and Mandy, yeah. I always remember the episode where he turns into chocolate and eats himself. That's one I remember a lot. Being a dog would be fun. I could wake up early in the morning and get away with it. Yeah. Wait, wake up early? Oh, I can wake up people. Yes, they do get away with it. They do get away with it. Every time I'm laying in bed, I'm like, shh. I try to hush them. I don't like yelling. Because it's difficult to yell right as you wake up. To be like, quiet! Quiet! The only days I can get any sleep is if my sister's home. So they don't freak out because she left for work. Yeah. Annoying Orange, the original VTuber. Any of y'all remember Shaolin Showdown on Cartoon Network? Yes. Yeah, it's up there with Invader Zim. I liked Invader Zim, but I was really embarrassed watching it as a kid. I watched Invader Zim on my mom's laptop, and I remember like always putting the volume really low, and I was like, I like this, but I feel secondhand embarrassment watching it. If my mom saw me watching this, I'd get in trouble. Like that kind of stuff. Because I think there was like a lot of dark themes in it, and he like screams a lot. Yeah, Billy and Mandy grossed me out sometimes as a kid, so I didn't watch. What was the most gross out show back then for me? There was some gross stuff. I'm trying to remember what this was in. There was like one, I vividly remember this one cartoon had this like scene where like they were dripping spit into another character's mouth until his like throat swelled up like a pelican to hold all the spit water. That was disgusting. I remember that one. But I don't remember what show it was. Ren and Stimpy? No. Not Ren and Stimpy. Not Ren and Stimpy. I'm younger than that. It was literally Grossology, no. There's my nightmares fuel for the night. Thanks, Mozu. You're welcome. If Mozu was born earlier, she'd be a Johnny the Homicidal Maniac fan. Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. The only Johnny I know is Johnny Bravo. Ren and Stimpy would have been my guess too. Invader Zim still grossed a bit, but I liked it enough to watch it. Is good. I remember Chowder. Now that's... I hate the freaking heart button on the chat because it blocks messages. It blocks the end of messages, so I can't see what you said. Why did they do it like that? They could put it in a different spot. Why does it have to cover up the chat? I don't understand. I see your little hearts. I see your little reactions. Gotta pop it out. You gotta ad block it. I do have ad block. It don't do nothing. It's amazing design. You wouldn't get it. I still use ad block just to remove the heart. So you can just block the heart element. Okay. But I do like seeing your reactions. I like seeing your reactions, but it is like why? No. I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy. You can see the reactions without the button. Okay. It's cute, but in the way, yeah. I'm sleepy. I drank 3 espresso today. Real Monsters. It's a bit older, but one of the better gross out shows. I remember that one. Someone at YouTube needs to justify their continued employment. Please understand. Sleepy baby. I've been sleepy forever now. It's over for me. It's over for me. The heart thing should have some transparency or easily see how to remove it. Yeah. The entire espresso. Yeah. Thank you, John. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Maybe I was a little harsh earlier. So I apologize if I seemed a little harsh. But I think you can do better. I have belief. I have belief. Oh my gosh, that was a lot of yellow. Ah! That almost landed in my boobs. That's okay. Wow, I finally didn't dodge one. Mozumi sleepchi. Yeah. It's okay, you're going through it. It's the collapse button element. Don't walk it back, double down. Well, I still feel that way. But perhaps I get a little too how do you describe it? We like that mild mommy harshness, yeah. I don't think you should agitate it. No, what do you call it? What do you call it? What does Ben Shapiro do? The like meme. What is the meme? I destroyed you with facts and logic. I don't know anything about that guy. I just know that meme. You need a Snickers? I do have Snickers in the house. But hypothetical. Yeah. Facts don't care about your feelings. Yeah. Thank you. Wait. What the? Hold on. Wait. I don't have stream elements open. You caught me off guard. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Hiders. Thank you very much. Thank you. I also missed. Oh my gosh, I missed one from Lizard Wizard as well. Thank you very much, Hiders. Thank you. That's very kind. That's extremely kind. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you, Lizard Wizard. How silly of me. I went out to buy some capture equipment and appear to have misplaced the funds. Oh dear, I hope nobody finds it and uses it to buy capture parts instead. Okay, I'll keep it in mind. Thank you very much, Lizard Wizard. Thank you. You know, I might be able to get a dock from my sister. She might have one for hers. I'm not sure if she uses it though. But thank you very much. Thank you. We love red balls here. Yeah. We're red balling it up. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, yeah, there's an AI generated video of him calling you a bad girl. Who? Are it? But yeah, yeah, Snickers is in the house. I repeat, Snickers is in the... I don't... Oh, Ben Shapiro. I just always think of him like this. He speaks like this. I think he sounds kind of like Review Bra, but angrier. He sounds like an angry Review Bra. That's what I know. I know, and sometimes when I get in my mom's car, he'll be on the radio and be like, he sounds like an angry little elf. He sounds like he's really pissed because they're missing a shipment to go in some stockings or something. It was a really pretty well circulated meme, yeah. Yeah. That's a perfect way to describe him. Yeah. I just imagine He's like looking at that. He's like, well, you see here. Now riddle me this. Answer me this. Okay, all right. If these presents are for you, then why do I see your name on the naughty list? That's my imagination. That's what I hear. That's what I hear. That's what I imagine. Wait, Ben talks on the radio? I think they play like TV shows on the radio or something like that. My mom's got like the big expanded like radio for the car or something. Yeah. Hypothetically speaking, Santa Claus missed 2 shipments this year. Yeah. Could be used to use sister's dock if there. Wouldn't need to wait for a dock and gives time. Yeah. Yeah. Am I really about to buy an entire dock just for Switch? Dude, I got Joy-Con drift on my Switch as well. What even is the radio nowadays? I don't know. I drive in silence. I drive in silence. When I drive my car, I don't have any music on. I just talk to myself. So when I'm driving, I'm just like... I'll talk to myself and I'll commentate my, like, the people around me. So I'll, like, say, like, oh, well, that's an interesting goose. Well, be careful, buddy. Don't come too close to the road. That's what I do when I drive a car. Yeah. Impossible. Nintendo said that wasn't real. True. It's not real. Chronic Entertainer? Yeah, I drive my car and I talk to myself and I sing to myself and I do voices to myself. Because in my car is the only time I can be loud. So I take my car as practice time. The rarest Zatsu. Pure silence for me when driving. Moses' radio got stolen. No, I still have a radio, I just don't play it. I keep it on mute. Wow. What? Practice karaoke. Silence makes me weird. Really? I'm always better. I like music, but I know I do better if I don't have music on. Which I'm really paranoid when I drive a car, so I turn all the music off so I don't think I'm gonna die. Yeah. Does your radio still have a CD slot? Yes, sir. It does. It does. It used to be my sister's car. She crazy. What do you mean? Car stream win. I tried to do it before, but it seems kind of difficult. I thought about doing like a whatchamacallit? Like a Twitter space while driving. Like just have you in my like passenger seat or something on my phone. But I didn't know if the connection would stay like stable. So I didn't know if it would even be worth it. I can't focus when there's music on. Yeah. God forbid girls have fun and be silly in their car. Yeah, I be sillying it up. I be silly maxing when I drive. Dashcam stream? Oh my gosh. No, then you'll see all the crimes I commit. Wouldn't that be kind of yabe? What, a Twitter space while driving? No, a Twitter space wouldn't. If I was like recording, yeah. If there was like video, but no, it's just audio, so it should be okay. Clearly, Mozu needs to ride a GoPro attached to a masked mook who wanders the streets. Ira, what's a mook? What is that? That sounds like something you'd find in Moomin Valley. Backseating and driving, yeah. I love playing CDs in my car. I've bought an Architects and Bring Me the Horizon album. Mook is like a guy, right? The crimes of being too cute commentating over everything. Well, sometimes I get angry. But you know what I do? I call other cars buddy. That's what I do. When I'm driving and the car is like trying to cut me off and I'm like, whoa, buddy, what are you doing, buddy? Buddy? Don't do that, buddy. That's what I do. I talk to the cars next to me. Or like when I see someone has to get over, I like slow down so they can ease in between the cars and I'll be like, look, buddy, see, I made a spot for you. You're good to go, man. You're good to go. Come on in. There you go. I will do that too. I'll do that too. I talk about the other cars, like while I drive. You ever been tailgated by a semi? Not a semi, but trucks, yeah. Trucks are like, I don't know what's wrong with them. They get mad for no reason. I'm not your guy, buddy. Yeah. I want to hear this very much. It's... I also make like weird noises. I don't know. At some points I'll just be driving and I just start making like demon noises as well. I don't know why. Just like... like that. I don't know. I just do. I don't know. I don't know. Even better. There are no friends on the road, only fools. It's fine. I'm not antagonist of people I don't know. I'm not antagonizing of people I don't know. I'm so sleepy. Can we have a nap time stream? Can we just have a nap time stream, please? I'm so sleepy. YouTube 10 to undercount. It's probably double that. Yeah. Sure, that's what I want. A sleep stream would be grand. If you want to. Ma. ASMR sleeping stream would be nice. How is that even ASMR? You just hear... Like, just like, I don't know, you just hear noises. You wouldn't hear any ASMR. I don't snore, I don't think. Are you fiddling with something, Mozu, or move the mic? Feels like the audio is popping a lot? No? I don't think so. Maybe the cord is like messed up? Yeah, I'm gonna move the cord around. It seems okay to me. Am I getting one guide? Is there a problem with the audio, guys? It's okay for me. It's your headphones, my man. I'm sorry that I heard it too. Wait, so you're hearing pops? I don't hear any pops. What kind of pops are you hearing? Hold on. It's like static. I don't know what that's about. There shouldn't be any static. I don't think I did. It's there, just not always. Here, wait. We can turn this down anyways. I'll turn down my noise filter. Yeah. I think I heard it once or twice. What is happening? Maybe I touched the cord for the microphone? Maybe that's what happened. I'm so tired. Ah! Let's play the game. Let's play the... I think I heard it too, just now. So wait, what am I supposed to... There's nothing I can do. What do you want me to do? What am I supposed to do? Is my microphone broken? Is that the issue? Alright, I guess I will unplug it. Okay, I don't know if this is any better. I unplugged it and plugged it back in. Body slam the mic! Ah. Oh yeah, this is a game stream. Oh, very funny, very funny. It's not like I don't always do 1 hour of Dots Done. It's well known. It's well known. I'm so sleepy. Oh yeah. It's in the documentation. Now I couldn't hear anything. It's a precious hour. That's fair. Yeah. I just bulged my eyeball out of the socket. That felt so weird. Blech. Honestly, can't hear anything weird, but it seems similar to what I heard a few streams ago. Some crunch, static sound pop in at times. Those are a pain to diagnose. I don't know what it is. But my nose. You what? What? My eye? Yeah, my eye went... It went... It like kind of like bulged on the edge. It felt weird. It felt like my tear duct was pushing inwards behind the eye a little bit, but it popped back out. I haven't heard it since you replugged the mic yet. My head was set for like... Oshi, you're welcome. I'm melting. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it doesn't seem to happen often at all. Probably no problem. Yeah. Was you a pug? No! She really is fat. No! Stop! It's not that weird. I just yawned, but I didn't fully close one of my eyes, so it like bulged out a bit. That was my problem. That's what I did. It's okay. It went back in. It's not a big deal. Can I do like, you know, like in school when you finish the test, they'd be like, okay, now put your head down on your desk when you're finished. They would do that. Can I? Okay. No? What do you mean? Careful about sleep talking, though. That's not sleep talking. I don't sleep talk. Okay, well, actually, no, I do, but it's a non-comprehensible. My sleep talking apparently is just like me crying and like mumbling. It doesn't like have any meaning. Blind streamer takes an eye out. Yeah. Oh, I thought you meant something else. Yes, yeah. What? Yeah. Me put my head down for a second. We're gaming now, fellas. This is how you be a good streamer. You sleep at your desk like this. It's the gaming strat. It's what the gamers do. Yeah. For some reason, you know when you're falling asleep and you see like a vision in your eyes of your dream that's gonna happen? I'm looking at a crate of green apples, but they're labeled cherry, and I'm like, what the hell? Why are they labeled cherry? They're not cherries, it's an apple. And then there's a guy with a... He looks like a hieroglyphic, but he has a big nose. I don't know why. He looks like a Psychic Pebbles drawing, but he's like a hieroglyphic. He's not like a drawing. And then there's like a caveman stick guy. Yeah. And then there's people standing at a Minecraft table, and they're using like the stairs, you know, like when you make a table in Minecraft and they don't know how to make chairs, so they use staircase, so they're like crouching on the staircase, but it's like real people, it's not like a Minecraft person. Yeah. Yeah. And then I saw like an image of Bigfoot, and he was like in the Faith, the trilogy. He was in that style, and he was standing in the kitchen with a window that was blacked out because it was nighttime outside. It looked like he got caught like toasting a bagel, and he didn't mean to. Why'd you get back up? Oh, that sounds way too normal. This is the intro. Dang, you can really speedrun sleeping. Hold up. Let's go back in. We're running back in, fellas. Okay, now I see a folding table with the folding table sections. You know, like how it's in like two halves, like plastic halves. Well, the plastic halves are each like a s'mores cracker. It's like s'mores on each side. So it's like if you folded it up, it'd be a double s'mores. And now, there's like a WWE wrestling rink, but the base is made out of like a cheesecake that is styled to look like Swiss cheese, like what a mouse would eat, like Jerry from Tom and Jerry. And now I see a bill folded into a paper airplane, and it flies through someone's mail hole on their door. And then, I see someone in a long skirt. It's like they're in the corner of the image, and it's just their foot coming down on the edge of the image.
and they have a long, like, orange maxi skirt, and their foot is blue, and they're wearing a flip-flop. Like, they have blue skin, and they're like in the image style that you see on, like, all websites that are like, you know, like, when they're, like, paper people, like, when they're all, like, really bulky and geometric. It's in that style. And now I see, it's like a telemarketer at a desk doing her telemarketing job, but she's drawn in the style of the Take On Me music video. So it's like animated while she's talking on her telecom device. Yeah. And now I'm seeing it's the logo for Space Jam, but instead of Space Jam, it says Blimp Zombies, and the basketball looks like a blimp. And now I see, like, it's a school interior, but, like, they decorated the edges, the top of the walls with, like, fairy lights, but it's not a fairy light. They're, like, fairy lights, but the lights look like plums. And in my head, I called them grapes, but I know they're plums. And now someone is melting a candle. Like, it's like a candle that bends with the surface, and they're melting it on an egg surface. And now I'm having a POV of someone eating a bread. And then a guy he put 2 macaronis in his nose, and then he sneezed them out. And now I'm seeing, like, the muscle and brain structure of somebody's head that's going through an MRI scan. So I can see their silly eyeballs. Hey, yo. And now I see a pillar. It's a pillar with a pointed top. It looks like the Washington Monument, but it's more sloped at the bottom. Now I see the Silver Surfer. He's, like, turning into barbed wire. I don't know why. Like, he's getting twisted into barbed wire, and the background behind him looks like a Junji Ito thing from the Spiral one. He's got a spiral background. Now I'm seeing the Max Headroom TV hijacking guy. And he's inside of the top of the skyscraper, but he's, like, doing the Max Headroom video thing. He is. And then there's, like, a clock. It's like a grandfather clock, but the rest of the grandfather clock is invisible, and it's just the clock part at the top. And then half of the background behind it is teal, and the other half is green. Yeah.
How was that? I could be a shaman. Cool fanfic. That was a trip. I just said anything that came into my eyes. You should just do that all stream. Someone write all that down so we can decipher the future. Incredible she can describe these so quickly and varied. That was a something. Why'd you stop? I was dozing so well. Rise and shine. I thought that's what you were doing. What? What was I doing? Who needs drugs when you're Muzu? How did you awaken your third eye? I don't know. I just spoke everything that came. Because I always get visions before I fall asleep. Like, when I'm in that in-between state before I fall asleep, and I'm still sort of awake, I can recollect what I'm seeing at the moment, and I can tell, like, oh, I'm getting visions in my eyes before I fall asleep. This is gonna turn into my dream that I'm not gonna remember. That's what happens when I fall asleep. Mostly I got bad news. I don't think that was ibuprofen you got. I feel better now, actually. That actually helped. Whew. Well, I did that in school too. I used to take really short power naps and I felt much better. She unlocked daydreaming. Daydreaming? I can't believe my Oshi is a prophet. What else did I even talk about? I remember the last one. I remember there was a grandfather clock. But the rest of it was invisible, and it was on a background of teal and green. So, like, it was split straight down the middle at the center of the clock. And then to the right of the clock, on the green side, there was a window with a white molding, like a white crown molding, whatever you call it. You know the white molding that you see on, like, the end of, not mold, but, like, the thingy, the, like, carved thingy on the end of walls. It was like that. It was like that window, and it was half open, and outside was like a watercolor, very simple watercolor purple sky, and like gray blue grass, and a yellow sun or moon. Well, it wasn't specific. It was a yellow dot in the sky that was the moon or the sun. Who knows? It felt like the feeling of the room was as if, you know, when you were a kid and you were in, like, okay, it has the feeling of being at school early. Like, it has the feeling of being at school so early that you were there before anyone else except, like, maybe one teacher. So it's dead silent and the sky, it's dark outside. But the lights inside are very fluorescent and very bright. That's what it felt like. And the smell of, like, morning dew, I guess. Liminal place, kinda? Is this that what Nervoer saw in the beginning of Marlin? It's overused nowadays, but a liminal space. You visited the other plane of existence. Well, sometimes, I don't know, don't you guys get this feeling where you feel things, that you felt before? Like, I don't know, this... Is this weird? Okay, there's like this feeling I got a lot when I was in school, where like on certain days, there was days that felt like a certain day. It's called deja vu, not deja vu. It's not deja vu. It's like when I was in school, there's a specific day, like there's a day feeling you could get that was like a gotcha. It's like, is this gonna be a yellow day? Okay, this sounds weird. Alright, it's like, alright, this is what it is. There were many days when I was a kid where it would be a yellow day, where I would go to school, I'd come home, and it would be orange out when I came home, and then I would have to take a bath, where I would put all my toys in the bathtub and play with them. And I remember every time I took a bath in the evening, the whole bathroom was yellow. The whole bathroom was yellow. And then after I took a bath, my hair would be wet and like plastered to my back because it was wet. And then it would soak the back of my shirt too, because I'd always wear like an oversized t-shirt when I was a kid. And then I would sit down and I would either watch TV in the living room while sitting on the carpet, or I would play on my plug-and-play system. And then the light in my dad's kitchen, because that would be the only light other than the TV turned on at night, the light from my dad's kitchen would be yellow too. And then that day has a feeling. That day has a feeling. That would be a yellow day. That's a day that feels yellow. So sometimes I will still feel a yellow day, even if it isn't necessarily a yellow day. Like the other day, it felt like a yellow day. Because I guess maybe it is because it was the only light turned on was the kitchen dining room light here, and that is a yellow light. So maybe that's that. I know exactly what you mean. And so that was a yellow school day. No, that wasn't a yellow day. That was like a light gray blue day. That was a light gray blue day. Which is a rare day. It wouldn't be often that you would feel like that. The only reason, okay, I think I've only experienced that a few times, and I think it's because my parents had to go to work so early that they didn't have time to drop, because I think this was before we had a school bus pick me up, like where I used to live where there was no school bus. So they had to drop me off at school, and they had to go to work so early that they could not, like, drop me off at a normal time. So I got dropped off, like, hours before school started. And it would be like that where it was dark out and the sun hadn't risen yet. And then I would go inside because they didn't want me sitting outside, like, in the dark. So I would go inside and the very bright fluorescent lights would be on. But it would still be dark outside. Yeah. I don't get it. Maybe it's, like, only what a real person feels. This is what it's like to have an inner monologue, guys. Feeling bad for Child Mozu. Whatever. I don't really get it, but I understand it's what you feel. Wow. This is what it's like to have an inner monologue. Perhaps, I think Child Mozu sounds based. Huh? You mean patrician? The last dream I remember having was German werewolves invading the US on Navy ships. Well, if I actually remember a dream, most dreams I have that I remember involve me dying horribly. So that's, like, the ones I actually remember, but, like... I see a lot. I know that's not what all my dreams are. I just don't really remember my dreams most of the time. So, like, nowadays, I know I have dreams because I get visions of my dreams before I fall into them, right? Like, I can see what's coming before I fall asleep. Like, that's how I know I'm about to fall asleep, is like, oh, I'm, like, envisioning things. I'm imagining things with my eyes closed, involuntarily. Involuntarily, I'm, like, seeing images. Therefore, my dream is starting soon. That's how I know. I used to need to be at college super early, and the feeling of an empty building that is bright but dark outside is a real weird feeling, yeah. Have you ever had a lucid dream? No, I have not. The person in my dreams is not me. When I have a dream, when I have a dream, the person in my dream is not me. It's like me, but it's also not me. It's like an individual in the dream that's completely autonomous. And I'm living inside of them and watching them do whatever they want. But it's not me. Because, like, the person in my dreams does stuff I would never do. I would never do. Like, she'll like, do something really out of left field. Like, we'll be talking... Like, she'll be talking to someone at a baby shower. And she'll go, like... Yes, but what does this have to... What... Like, they'll be talking about, like, oh, yes... They'll be like, the elephant did not feel good today. And then the person that's supposed to be me will be like, but what about the confetti ice cream? How are we going to make sure we have the confetti ice cream? I'm like, what? Why would I say that? Why would I say, where's the confetti ice cream? I would never say that. I'd be like, what the hell are you talking about, an elephant? So, and it's not like I don't have the reasonability of that. It's just that the person that plays me in my dreams that I have to live inside of is not me. I don't know, Mosey. It kind of sounds like you. That's interesting. I never considered if the me in my dream is actually myself. It's just someone I'm inside of that's supposed to be me. It's my stand-in, my POV. They follow the narrative, not your will. Yeah, they follow a narrative, it seems. Oh wow, nightmare? Well, that's just what dreams are like for me. So your dream is like a Netflix adaptation. Is it? Okay, well, that's one of the styles of my dreams. There's also dreams that don't have me in them at all. Like, it's like I'm watching a TV show almost. I remember I used to be really transfixed on this one shot of Scooby-Doo. There's this one shot in the Scooby-Doo intro song where he licks cotton candy off his face, and I, like, got obsessed with that image, like, just that scene. I don't know why. It was so ingrained in my head. I could never get out the imagery of Scooby-Doo licking his cotton candy off his face. That was, like, imprinted in my brain, so I would dream about that. So I had a dream about Scooby-Doo just so that my brain could replay that image, I think. Because it was so obsessed with Scooby-Doo licking cotton candy off his face. Any happy dreams? No. Most of my dreams are just really neutral. They're just weird. They're weird. They don't make any sense. Do you hate sleeping? No, I love sleeping. I don't have nightmares anymore. I just don't remember anything when I sleep now. I've atrophied. There was a while where I was scared to sleep because I had nightmares, though. Never had a flying dream. No, I don't have flying dreams, but I have falling dreams. I had a dream I jumped off a building and splattered on the pavement. And I was still alive. And I had another dream where my organs were liquefied by a nuclear bomb. But like, it wasn't like, I was vaporized instantly. It's like I got hit by radiation that was instantaneously, not instantaneously, but like deadly, like within minutes. But I wasn't instantly killed. So I was like crawling around on the ground, feeling my organs go turning into soup. And I remember it was black. This is what happened. Everyone knew that there was a nuke coming to blow everything up, so they were having a party hanging out together. Like my whole family was having a party hanging out together before the nuke hit. And I was like, is the nuke gonna hit? And I was like, maybe my dream will end. This one I actually knew I was in a dream. So I was like, maybe my dream will end before the nuke hits. But no, the nuke hit, and then it all went black when the blast hit us. And then I was feeling my arm around it. It felt like I was laying on the ground and I was feeling my arm around it. It was dead silent. And I felt a door handle, a metal door handle. And I said, this is the door handle to heaven. I'm going to open this door and I'm gonna be dead and I'm gonna be in heaven. On the other side of this door is God. And I opened it, but it made my eyes open when I opened the door. And I was still in the nuclear fallout, slowly dying, with everyone else dead around me. And I could feel my organs liquefying. And I remember thinking in my head, like, if I don't wake up right now, I'm going to die in real life. And then I woke up. And I was not dead. But I felt weird. My guts felt weird. I think, like, I startled my guts or something. Welcome to heaven. Yeah. Escaping the worst part of nightmares are a godsend. I don't ever wake up before the bad stuff happens. I live through all the bad stuff and then wake up after I die. That's what happens. So I suffer before I die. St. Peter said, go play Fallout. Yeah. That was cool, though. Not really. It didn't feel cool. Actually cursed. And then I had another dream where I was eaten by zombies. And this is what happened. I was at like my church daycare I grew up at. I was at my church daycare and there was a zombie apocalypse and I was like, I need to get to my family. So I was running and there were zombies everywhere and I thought like, oh, well, zombies can't climb. As long as I climb up high, the zombies can't get to me. Because in all games, the zombies don't know how to climb. So if you're just in a high spot, you can get away from the zombies. Because surviving a zombie horde is just like surviving a flood. So I was crawling up. I was trying to crawl up this like telephone tower, like with the beams to get away from the zombies. I was like, oh, this is easy. I can get away from the zombies easily because they're stupid. But then I slipped and they grabbed my ankle. And then they pulled me down. And they ate me. They ripped me apart. Rookie mistake. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Samofty. Thank you. Welcome. Yeah. So I have like interesting dreams, I suppose. All that stuff I just told you, that was real. That's like the imagery I get before I fall asleep. I get really weird imagery before I fall asleep. Like it's all like goofy stuff. Most of it, none of it's usually like scary. It's just kind of weird. It's just kind of weird stuff. Zombies could outlast you there too. What do you mean? Yeah, I guess they would rot. Usually I don't remember any of this. It's not... It's different. I don't remember... Those are like the few dreams I do remember. I typically don't remember my dreams. These Higurashi streams keep getting crazier and crazier every week. We haven't even gotten to Higurashi yet. Yeah. You know why? Do you know why I probably had the zombie dream? I remember I was scared of zombies for a little bit because I played a lot of zombie games on Roblox. And then they had this episode of Lost Tapes on Animal Planets with a zombie one. And it felt so like... It was like a lost tape, quote unquote, of these people running around this house. And this guy had used bath salts to turn people into zombies. And it was like... It was so weird. Now that I think there was like 50 Mexicans in one house that were all zombies. It was so weird. There was like, for some reason, this one house that these police people went into to investigate had like 50 Mexicans in it. So like, this is what happened. It was like dead silent. There was like, hello? Is anyone there? And then they're there for like 20 minutes, like, looking around. It's like, dang, I don't see anyone here, but they said they'd be here. And then they just turn around, and suddenly there's, like, 50 Mexican zombies. But it's in America. I don't get it. I don't get it. It was like, what is it called? What's the town in Resident Evil? I know it's Spanish, but, like, it was like that. They just, like, spawned in. It was so weird. It was so weird. That's an actual show, by the way. That's an actual show. Actual show. That's not even my dream. But yeah, that one freaked me out. I don't know why. I thought that was real too because it was on Animal Planet. I was very young. Raccoon City? The village? Yeah, the village. So you haven't had a dream and felt bummed after waking up and realized that it was just a dream and couldn't continue it? No. I don't have dreams like that. Well, for me, my most positive dreams when I was younger were neutral dreams or like not remembering them. Because otherwise I'd had a nightmare and I didn't like it. Yeah. Bell de Lobos. Oh. Wow. That was interesting. I'm gonna turn my fan on. It's hot in here. What the? What? Okay. Alright. Gotta start writing dreams down. No! I don't wanna live in my dreams. I feel like that's exhausting. I wanna just sleep. That's what I want. You don't have AC? I do. I do have AC, but I try not to touch the thermostat because my sister gets very anal about it. Yeah. How hot in degrees do you reckon it is? Well, I can chat. Well, actually, no, I can't, but it's probably like 77 inside right now. It's pretty warm. 77, 76. What if the heater broke? Like, it's too hot? I don't think so. Can we take another power nap? That was refreshing, but now I'm feeling the effects again. No, I mean by accident. 25C. 55 for me. Yes, do it. Is it possible? Only if you narrate, I'll try. Is it possible to swap rooms so the sister is in the AC room? Why would I do that? No, my sister would never do that. My sister has the master bedroom, that's why. I get 2 of the small bedrooms to myself. Cause one's my office, one's my bedroom. I don't want to switch anyhow. I'd have to clean. Only if you vision our futures? Okay. It's fun hearing you describe your dreams. I don't know if I call it a dream. It's like the purgatory between a dream and wakefulness. I'll see what I see, guys. I'm going in. I'm going in. It might take a sec. Okay. Take my glasses off. Oh my gosh, I'm blind. I can't see no thing. Okay. Alright, time to laying down. I'm gonna give it a second. Okay. I see. Oh my god, I'm not in a comfortable position. I see. I see the snowboarding man from that game where you're snowboarding on, it's like an 8-bit game and you can get grabbed by a Yeti and he's like snowboarding down. He's like the little red dot guy. And now I see a telephone pole with wires coming off of it. And now I see a sesame seed. No, it's not, it's sunflower seed.
in the corner of a room on the ground. And it's on like, there's like a raised part of the ground that's like a pentagonal prism or something that's like pinned to the ground with screws. Now it's over it. Now I see googly eyes on a wall. And someone's trying to use a spaghetti noodle as chalk on a chalkboard. And then there's, it's supposed to be a woman in a ball gown, but she's made out of, like, charcoal scribbles, but, like, it's, like, done as if it's, like, a creepypasta drawing or something, so she's supposed to look creepy. Like, she doesn't have a face, her head is a big scribble blob. And now I see a little composer puppet. He's like a little puppet made out of wood with no face. And he's got hair that's combed over, that's made of brown yarn. And he's built really muscular. He looks like Knuckles from Sonic Adventures. Or, no, what's it called? Sonic, whatever you call it. He's just there. The background is tan. I see a wildebeest herd. Now I see like the lake area in Wonderland Online, where you have to give the fairy the axe, and she asks if you drop the gold one, and you say no. Now I see two pearls in like a small puddle of water that's perfectly circular. And there's like a little plastic slide that goes down into it that you would use for like a doll or something. Now I see a hose being used to pump water underground of a road, and it's expelling Coca-Cola that's like inside the road, and then it's flowing down the road and all draining into a perfectly cracked hole in the road. Now I see a bee floating in front of a security camera, but because the bee's wings move so fast, it looks like it's floating. Now I see someone plugging a power strip into a smoke detector that's outside on a porch during the daytime. Now I'm seeing from the perspective of a baby its view of the ceiling and the ceiling fan, but it's like distorted as if someone used a mandolin to slice the image. Now I see a bunch of glass cups with a purple rim, like they're white with a purple faded rim on the cups, and then they have plates behind them. It's like cups and bowls and big spoons. Now I see a mushroom, but it's being used as like a nail. So like the top of the mushroom is like the nail head, and it's being pushed in. It's like being hammered in, but you don't see the hammer, but it motions as if it's being hit by a hammer. As if the hammer is so fast it's not being picked up by the camera. Now I'm seeing a pine table be melted in half with acid. But you don't see like the acid or anything, you just see the table sizzle in half. Now I'm seeing like a wireframe imagery of someone checking out groceries at a grocery store. So it's like a red wireframe as if you're looking at it through a Virtual Boy, like the game console 3D one. Now I see someone playing Battleship, but they're using like miniature ships that are like real on water. And it has Doraemon on it. Now I see a girl. She's like it's like a little cartoon drawing of a girl with wild but like downturned brown hair and like little dot eyes, like it's Adventure Time. And she's wearing a baseball cap, but the brim of her baseball cap is so long, it's like 3 times the length of her body. And her hair's growing over it, so all you can see is the rim of the baseball cap and not the baseball cap underneath the hair. Now I see a like camel sheep. It's like a cross between a camel and a sheep at the Kids' Choice Awards for Nickelodeon. Now I'm imagining that I pulled a Wendy's fortune cookie fortune out of my Wendy's order, and it says something about sour and something about liking, or about how their caramel is sour or something, and that's why it's good. Like, you like sour, come get our caramel or whatever. And I'm seeing like a black flat shoe that doubles as a wallet. Now I'm seeing someone show off their like high heels that are like also boots that they lace up that are white. But in the background you can see a bunch of Littlest Pet Shop minifigures watching. Now I can see a horde of plushie Yoshis working together to steal another plushie Yoshi. Like a bigger one, as if they're ants. Now I see a girl that looks kind of like an Inkling, but she's human. Like with human ears and stuff, but she has like an air tank. Now I'm seeing like an AI generation like interface. And the name of it is Rags, and it's generating a bunch of images of a guy in a suit. Now I'm seeing a screenshot of YouTube, but it has like an overlay on the outside of it, like a do not steal overlay, and it's telling you to subscribe to Patreon. Now I'm seeing an RGB lemon with ice around it, like slice of lemon. It's changing colors. Now I'm seeing a Discord message that I'm editing, and there's something, I'm like trying to type in clam for something, and there's a bunch of mushrooms in the images, like I'm editing the description of each image, but it's also a poll.
How is that? So many visions. Oh no, Discord Insider Dreams. Ow, my arm hurts. I laid on it weird. Welcome back, Visionary. Man, your head is cursed, is it? What was the last one I talked about? It was like a Discord message. It was a Discord message poll with mushroom images in it, and I was trying to rename one of them as Clam. And one of them didn't have a name, but they were all numbered, but they were numbered out of order. So like the one I was editing was the second one down on the list, but it was number 1, and I was and then I was naming it Clam, and then the one below it was number 3, and it didn't have a name, it was just blank. Your brain can't be smooth if it has so much stuff in it. I've been lied to. Heh? Is it? Is it? Moses' new picture book, yeah. Wallet shoes, yeah. Camel sheep. No, it was like a... It had like a long face like a camel, but its skin was black like a sheep's, and it had like wool on some of the body. This is how AI image generators are made. Ask yourself, is it worth it? Yeah, is this ethical? Is this ethical? Wendy's fortune cookies. But it wasn't a fortune cookie. It was like... I think it came out of the edge of the fry container. Yeah. She's playing the password game, but in Discord. A sheeple, if you will. Yeah. I picture the inside of your mind is like a Bakemonogatari episode. You think so? An AI generation software called... Yeah, it was an AI generation software called RAGS. And it looked kind of like novel AI image generation, except the interface for like entering values was on the right side instead of the left side. And the images it had produced was a 4x4... Or no, it was a 3x3... No, it was like 2 rows of 3 images each. And it had a man in a suit in like a blurry AI generated like style. Like, it was supposed to be realistic, but also it was, like, blurry and imprecise with... And he had no face. And he had, like, tan skin and black hair in a suit. With, like, a brown background behind him. And it was called RAGS. That was the name of the software in the corner. Just said RAGS in, like, normal text. Codex Seraphinianus moment. I'm surprised you can fall asleep at all with all that stuff going on in your brain. I think it's trying to overwhelm my brain with information or something to make it fall asleep. Slenderman in business casual? Oh no, Mozu meant the blank man. Sorry, it's blocked by the heart. I can't see it. I can't see it. No. All those bees in your head going wild. There was a bee. The bee was trying to fly into a security camera. But he was just floating because the frame rate was not as high as the speed of the bee's wings. Maybe if you do more art and put these thoughts on paper, your brain will have an easier time. Lol, no, art's not like that. Art for me is not like expressive, like therapeutic, get thoughts out of my head. No, art is how the heck do I draw these boobs the most appealing way possible? I'm gonna die if I don't. What do you think the bees represent? I don't think it represents anything. I don't think it represents anything. Have you ever heard the story of Valis, the Philip K. Dick book? No. Mozu is art. Thank you. It should be really relaxing though. Your brain showing you those images could feel like a knot slowly being untangled. Try writing a fanfiction maybe. Oh, I have. In the past. I'm not really into fanfiction though. It feels like a waste of time a lot of the time. Cause like you can't use that for anything. Once you make it, it just has to sit there. No matter how good you make it, you know? You don't have the rights to it. It's not your own thing. He says that the entirety of the story came to him after a beam, but put it directly into his brain. Hey? Why make fanfiction when you can do something completely original? Yeah. Think you'd like to quick draw some of these visions, like a review recording on you describing a couple of them. I don't remember all of them. I talked for a while, didn't I? We're spending an hour and a half or an hour and we're doing psychoanalysis. Yeah, it's because I'm sleepy. I'm trying to... It's not really psychoanalysis, but I'm sleepy, so... Sorry, no stream today, guys. My palms are bleeding. Slender Woman. Not true. The woman who made 50 Shades of Grey, that was a fanfiction of Twilight. Yeah, but she had to reskin it. I've seen the members folder. I know you've played with ideas. What does that mean? Yeah, sure. I surely want an ASMR stream of Mozu mumbling her sleep hallucinations and making strange sounds. Are you being ironic, or is that true? That's why reviewing an audio recording of your description would help get the details back. 50 Shades of Grey is my favorite movie. Is that so? I don't think that's true. I think you're saying that to be funny. Because 50 Shades of Grey is actually a very bad movie. It's a very bad movie. I would actually like that. Might be nice. 100% true. But 100% ironic. I would listen to that. Not ironic, I would also love that stream. Oh my god. Just listening to me mumble out imagery. That's kind of insane. I would fall asleep eventually. That's the problem. It's like counting sheep, I guess. 50 Shades is a pretty good comedy, though. Yeah, it's pretty funny. You guys want to play Higurashi? Yeah, only sleeping stream. Yes, Hinamizawa! Yeah.
Do you know Oyashiro-sama? Yes, Hinamizawa. I kill you, you kill me.
No, Hinamizawa. welcome. Welcome. I'm Sweepy. Oh no, it's too loud. Too loud for me at least. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And we're here now. Yeah, we're here now. We made it to the starting screen. That was a hard game we just played. Thank God we're here. Hey, wait a second. Wait a second. That's not right. Hold up. Hold up. There we go. I don't know why it was orange. Can we get a quick rundown on what happened last week for new viewers, you know? I don't remember. We just... Oh, okay. My dollars, hold on. So, okay, we just found out from Oishi-san that Shion has been missing since the day after the Watanagashi, which we thought we were talking to her this whole time. So Keiichi asked her, like, but Shion, I just talked to the policeman, and he says you've been missing since the day after the Watanagashi. And she just started cackling. She was like, and then it jump scared us with like eyes, and then it hung up. So we don't know who it was. It could be Mion, it could be Shion, it could be someone completely different. You know. Things are getting confusing and people are missing, hoping that helps. Yeah. That ended really abruptly, yeah. So let's continue. In the middle of the fray. Oh, we weren't. We actually finished the chapter. I forgot. Music die. Continue!
Keiichi?
Just leave him alone. His friends went missing. Must be really hard for him. Normally, my dad never shows me any consideration. But this time, he did.
Shouldn't Keiichi stay home from school for a while too? I think it would be safer not to go until the police do something about this.
Maybe. Compared to what could happen, taking a few days off wouldn't be a bad idea.
Anyway, how is it not logical to not close school during such a dangerous situation? What do those teachers think our children are?
Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time and date, myself. I really had no interest in anything. This feeling, it was like a dead fog in my mind. It felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication.
Keiichi, how are your studies going? You've gotten further than the other kids, haven't you? If you have, then you can take a few days off, alright?
I didn't even feel like answering. Today was Thursday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. Such a short time, and yet now things were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as it were, an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me.
Oh yeah, the new OST. Have we not heard this one before? I don't remember hearing birds, at least.
That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny, little, and incredibly stupid curiosity, and broke the taboo. This isn't somewhere we should be going, is it? Let's not! It's a crime to force your way into a locked building, even if you don't steal anything. Shion, now that you know that they weren't having some secret rendezvous, you've had enough, right? I don't want to do something like this. What if Rika-chan's dance ends while we're messing around here? I prattled on as I took the lock from Tomotakis-san's hands and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here. So, come on! Let's go! Let's go! Takano-san was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomotakis-san grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone farther and farther away. Rika-chan's dance was still going on. Then, at last, her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I, too, until my hands turned red. I clapped, and I clapped. Ding dong.
Isn't that Reina-chan? She's here because it's your usual meetup time, isn't she?
I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my time to meet with Reina.
Keiichi, shouldn't you take a few days off from school?
You're right. Thanks for being so considerate. I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Reina.
Good morning! We're going to school as a group starting today. So you can't be late.
That's right. If we, the ones farthest away, were to be late, the younger kids on the way there would be waiting for us. I think I'm gonna take some time off from school.
Okay.
Reina answered shortly, nodding.
I think you should do whatever's best for you, Keiichi-kan. So, you don't need to feel that you're weak or anything. Oh, and here. It's a notice they're sending around. Could you give it to your mom? I think it has a lot of important announcements in it.
I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika-chan, and Satoko, and that they wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache.
The police are looking as best they can, too. They'll find them for sure. Just be patient. Okay?
Reina said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe. Reina, you're not going to question me?
Nope.
Reina, you know, don't you? About that night when I...
Do you mean when you snuck into the ritual storehouse?
I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded a little. So it's all out in the open, really. I shouldn't do bad things like that.
Mi-chan was really mad.
So she was upset. I suppose she would have been.
I don't think she was as angry about you sneaking in there, though. As much as about you hiding it from her. Maybe, Kei-chan. Maybe you should have told her yourself. And apologized.
I should have told her myself. And apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that I, myself, should have apologized to Mion for. I'd hurt her badly. However, I hadn't realized that at all. Plus, with all that confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it. Reina, you're right. I never realize anything until you tell me.
Keiichi-kan. Hypothetically, if you had admitted you'd done something wrong right away, and apologized to Mi-chan, I wonder if Rika-chan and Satoko-chan wouldn't have had to disappear.
I couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit to that. Wasn't Lena telling me right now, though? That I should have admitted my crime sooner. If I had done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Lena's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent, and they stared fixedly into my own. Yeah, you're right. If I had admitted my crime sooner, then Nika-chan and Satoko wouldn't have had to die or disappear. The palm of Lena's hand slapped me in the cheek. I stood there unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. It didn't hurt at all.
I don't think that anyone has scolded you, Keiji-kun. I'll scold you in their place, okay?
I pressed a hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly stared down at Lena's feet.
Technically, Lena just said it's game over. Yeah, she did. Going somewhere you're not allowed to go was a very bad thing to do. Do you understand that? Answer me with a yes. Keiji-kun.
Yes.
Also, what's even worse, you tend to admit to having done something so bad. You should never do anything bad in the first place, but not admitting to it or apologizing for it is much, much worse.
Yes, I was wrong. For a few moments, Nina stared at me, silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Then, finally the tension in her face softened, and she smiled.
Okay then. It's about time. I should be going.
Alright.
Be sure to give the notice to your mom, okay? Also, warn her not to go out to pass it on after it gets dark.
I bent down to pick up the notice, which I dropped when she slapped me. The pages had come out of the clasp and were now making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at a single more light-hearted page with peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. What is this? I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. They had gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over, is what it said. As a PS, it said it arrived in barrels, and to please bring a 2-liter bottle or other container for it.
2 liters of soy sauce? That's huge.
That's how it tied together.
If you need some soy sauce, then you will go to the Sonozaki house. Oh wait. No, this is me.
If you need some soy sauce, then you would go to the Sonozaki house. Reina, did you know all along?
Yeah, I knew.
Reina had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed that the big bottle of soy sauce was missing.
Confirmed.
Nika-chan had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house and... there. She was erased. Nika-chan wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house since she knew where she had gone, and then Satoko got called there as well. The meeting on the day of the mayor disappeared. Didn't Oishi-san say that the 3 families participated in it? The 3 families would include the Sonozaki family. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old, so her heir, Mion, frequently stood in for her at public appearances? while the man was returning from the shrine. Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and invited them to her house, and then she made him disappear. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonozaki family. They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Mort store managed by the Sonozaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble at all. I'm going to Mion. I'll go apologize. I'm going to have her put an end to everything. Mion probably won't forgive me easily, but I'll go and ask her not to sacrifice anyone else. With that decided, there was no need for me to be lazing around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Elena to exit the house when she stopped me.
I'm going to.
Elena, shouldn't you go to school?
This is way more important than school.
Elena, you shouldn't come. If you get wrapped up in this too, I think I might actually go crazy. Reina didn't move her arm, which was blocking my way.
If Kirispica disappeared as well, I think I might actually go crazy too. So I won't let you go alone.
Reina argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them and I knew the strength of her resolve. All right, let's go. Thank you, Reina. Reina nodded slightly but firmly, and finally let down the arm blocking me.
This hurts, man. I think that's gonna happen anyway. Reina, maybe bring the axe of yours along. Yeah, bring your axe. Bring your axe. Or it did, but her ties to the family overrode them? Who would complain? The Sonozakis are out of town. That's so messed up. Their friendship at school meant nothing then. Yeah, well... It is true. Maybe Mion just has to carry out whatever the Sonozaki family want. Like, her allegiance to her family comes before her friendships.
Let's go to Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed. Then we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray that once more you can return to those fun, lively days. With Elena following me, I left the house. In front of the house, there was a car waiting.
No! Don't intercept us!
It was Oishi-san.
Hey, good morning, my brother-san. To you too, Ryuko-san. Together so early in the morning, you make me jealous.
What a truly praiseworthy man he was if he hadn't been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this morning, though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity.
You're from the police.
Oh, have I not introduced myself to you, Ryuko-san? Please, excuse my rudeness. My name is Oishi from the Okinomiya's police department. Pleased to meet you.
Are we telling Oishi-san?
Alright, no, this is me. Are we telling Oishi-san?
Yeah. I think my palm is enough punishment for your crime, Kirispica, but we should really meet on to these people.
Pain and sadness. I looked down as those emotions built up in my heart.
Hold up. How do we know Mion did this, though? How do we know that it was Mion on the phone and not Shion still? They spoke before, actually. We don't really, yeah. Reina is very ready to tell the police to kill Mion. Like, to not kill her, but like lock her up. So, I don't think this is right. Yeah. Yeah, it has to be Shion, yeah. Reina does not like the police, so this is a very weird like thing for her to just jump to. This is all not right. There's something not right here. But the Sonozakis generally are involved, yeah. Like, we don't have any evidence that it's actually Mion, we're just assuming it is her. She would make Mion become a streamer, that way she could call a SWAT team instead. No! Snitching will certainly solve everything. I mean, I'm sure if they went to Mion's house and asked her, they would get killed, but... I don't think telling the police will help much either. We have something to tell you, Ushi-san.
Well now, what about? Should we stand here and talk or go inside the car?
In the car, please.
I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Reina was. At Reina's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi-san.
Oh no.
The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, and took notes. We continued that way for a while.
How do you feel? Don't you feel a lot better now that you've told me?
Oishi-san asked this while scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course I don't feel better. The price that had been paid up until now for me not owning up to my crimes had been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static.
Bzz, bzz. This is Kubatani. Oishi-san, over. Yes, hello. This is Oishi.
We got news a few minutes ago that she's been absent from school. No movement at the Sonozaki house. Our target is still on the premises.
Yes, good. Keep a close watch out.
Roger that. Cars 3 and 7 just arrived for support, and we've returned to base. Also, I think the division chief is looking for you, Oishi-san. He keeps annoying me too, even though I keep telling him I'm trying to get in touch with you. What should I do?
If you're hard pressed for an answer, tell him you're actually under orders not to wake me from my morning nap.
Got it. Bzz. The radio grew silent.
Sorry about that. It was about work.
He just said that there was no movement at the Sonozaki house, didn't he?
Oh my. Did it sound like that to you? This won't do. Please, keep that a secret, alright? I don't have permission from the division chief to be making private inquiries like this.
Oishi-san had suspected Mion for a long time.
Not for questioning witnesses or for searching houses. We don't have permission for anything, really. The Sonozaki house's defenses said to protect the family members are also in full working condition. Without a warrant, we can't do anything about anything, unless the crime happens right in front of us.
Oishi-san, could you be...
Reina's tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at Oishi-san.
You can't set a foot in the Sonozaki house. Were you trying to get Keiichi-kan to go in there instead?
Reina, that's... What do you mean?
Wait, no, that's me. Reina, that's... What do you mean?
This person, just as I thought, he plays really dirty.
Stop. You're hurting my reputation. That said, I'm all ears to your explanation, okay?
Yeah, that's messed up. Yeah, what the heck, Oishi?
Oishi lit a cigarette and responded to Reina, wearing an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comment slide.
Oh my god. And that's a good writing. I just realized when Keiichi did, yeah. Oh my god! Oishi, no! Oh my, poor Keiichi. Okay, so he said, we're all gonna sit around the house. We're going to send Keiichi inside the house. She's going to kill Keiichi in the house in front of us, so then we can raid the house, which we've been wanting to do for a while. This isn't the first time Oishi used Keiichi as bait, though. Why are you surprised? This is way more egregious than last time. He's literally like... There was like a risky chance of getting information before, but this time he's literally sending him to die. Like, he knows he's gonna die when he walks in. He's gonna let him do it. Yeah. Yeah.
You killed me?
Yeah. You can't get a warrant, but you've always had your eyes on Michan because you thought she was suspicious.
Yes?
You plotted to incite Keiichi-kun and have him go to the Sonozaki house. Then, if something were to happen to him, you would have used that as an excuse to go in. Isn't that right?
I only understood about half of what Reina was saying. I knew, however, that Oishi-san had been trying to use me.
Even if Keiichi-kun got hurt as a result, have you no shame? Is this how the police do things?
My. It seems we have an incredible detective on our hands. Oh my. Would you be interested in taking our exam? I'd gladly write a recommendation letter to get you into the detective division.
You are despicable.
Reina spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility.
I've been insulted in all kinds of ways in my life, but 1 or 2 words from a young girl is always the roughest for me.
Even so, I suppose I should thank you for not arresting Michan yet.
Don't mention it.
Oishi-san seemed to be enjoying this exchange with Reina. The things this man thought were like a swamp. I could barely see past the surface. It reminded me again of how much I disliked him.
Now then, as 2 esteemed friends of Mion Sonozaki-san, what do you plan on doing now? Will you wait kindly for me to go over the evidence and request a warrant?
No, we won't wait for that. We'll go and make Michan surrender herself.
That's right.
That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find in me to afford her.
I see. I wonder if it will go that well. If you're careless, you too may face danger, you know.
Oishi-san was measuring our resolve, so in a strong voice I declared, "We're fully prepared!" Oishi-san gave us an unpleasant yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience.
If anything should happen to us, use that as an excuse. Though my greatest hope is that you will surround the place so that the criminal can't get away.
Ryugu-san, you're good at negotiating too. I'm throwing in the towel. I surrender.
What are you talking about?
The policemen surround Michan's house. Then that will be insurance for the worst case scenario. For the worst case.
It's true. It's true. Even though it's kind of scummy what they're doing, basically what they have now is, when I walk in there, like, we're kind of protected a little bit because the police are all around the house. Plus, it would be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it?
Oishi the Kuma-chan. Oishi the Kuma-chan.
Bzz. Is this Kumatani? Go ahead.
Our 2 friends are going to play at the Sonozaki house. Make arrangements so that we can reinforce them, if needed.
Roger.
Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans.
Then, let's get going. Want to buy some tea biscuits on the way there?
Neither Reina nor I went along with Oishi-san's stupid joke. This is gonna be really bad when they go in and they realize Mion didn't do it.
Oishi stopped the car at the place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I have never been to Mion's house before. I only heard that it's right down this road.
He's never been to anyone's house.
this is as far as I can take you. According to our information, there are quite a few security cameras set up on the premises. Still, don't worry. I've got a bunch of youngsters ready and waiting to slip past them and go in. We'll be monitoring the inside with a one-way mic, so if you give a loud scream, we'll know right away.
We'll persuade her for sure. So please be ready for her to turn herself in. I feel like this is one of those situations where like they try to have a one-to-one and they're like, well, I realize you're not actually like evil and we're friends and I'm sorry for doubting you. And then they're like, yes, is that a wire? Keiichi, is that a wire? And then she's like, you betrayed me. And then they have to kill. I have a feeling it's gonna be like that. Get stabbed, yeah.
In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good friend.
Be plenty careful, you hear? You probably don't believe it right now, but I don't want you two being sacrificed if at all possible.
Wow, that was very kind, that was very kind of Hishi. Like,
don't die, because you're going to.
you're right about that.
With that rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and voices of the cicadas greeted us. I'd never have expected this would be happening today.
Let's go, Kirispica.
Reina took the lead and began to walk. Down the road I'd never been. Reina, you've been to Mion's house before, right?
Yeah, a few times. It's a really big house. You could fit a mountain into their backyard, too. You could pick mushrooms and stuff, though there are fences everywhere.
Big enough to fit a mountain. That was amazing! One of the 3 families controlling Hinamizawa, and the head family of the Sonozaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude.
What a weird comment. Yeah, she loves the mushrooms. Is that how they made the death drug? Is that how they made the drug the psychedelic drug to kill or make Keiichi rip his throat out? They have the psychedelic mushrooms in their backyard or something? Maybe it's not Oyashiro, but the real form is lost to aeons. It's supposed to be written Oishiro. Oishiro-sama. Oh. It'd be a lot of oh, that would make sense, yeah. Cause it would be like their like secret mushroom stash. That's why it's not traceable, because they have like the secret rare mushrooms. The fences would be used to block people from getting a good view, yeah. Yeah. Huh, could be. You could feel the whole Oishi back there, yeah. Oishi magnitude. Wait, was it Mion's goons that killed Keiichi last time then? Well, we don't know if he was actually injected or not. We know he killed Reina and Mion when they were about to inject him, but we don't know if he was actually injected or not. We don't know if he was actually injected. We were just like, we assumed because he killed them, but we don't know how long it takes for the drug to take effect. You know? Mushrooms look cool with all the details. It's nice to bring phone down into the grass for a great picture. They breathed on him.
The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along its edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. The fences were high, the tops of them bent inward, sticking out like sharp spears.
I still wonder why they took part of the letter off. Took part of the letter too. Yeah, I don't know. They took off it. Oishi took a part off, at least. They took off any mention of him. Because we know he would get in trouble if he got found out.
Sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them.
It's like a legit compound, yeah. Mushroom guilds are cool, yeah.
No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonozaki family. Entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen. This forest, or should I say mountain, is this all their yard?
It's more like their domain. As you can see, it's private property, but nobody maintains it. The forest isn't really the kind of thing you can go hiking in.
You could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected savage woodland. It was dark and damp, and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when a lawnmower has too much land.
Like Koichi-san said, there were security cameras hung up. Wait, no, she's not talking. Sorry.
Like Oishi-san said, there were security cameras hung up all over the place. Though they had been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even functional. I wonder if Mion is watching us as we come to her.
I don't think she is. The only people living in Mi-chan's house are generally her and her grandma, after all. There's nobody to watch the cameras. Shion!
What a useless security system.
Well, Mi-chan's father seems like a pretty tough person to get along with. So whenever everyone in the family is getting together, the cameras are apparently working properly.
That's right. Mion's father, he was a big shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Reina smoothly danced around the answer she explained. At last, a huge gate, as big as I'd imagined, appeared. Was she living by herself with her grandmother in a house with such a grand gateway? I wonder if she's here. The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands, my palms now sweating into fists. There was the clang of the bolt being released and the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion.
Well, this is unusual. Aren't you two going to school?
Mion didn't seem all that surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't a normal surprise, or normal time. In fact, she seemed almost relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand.
We stayed home today.
Kei-chan is one thing, but you two, Reina, you two are such troublemakers.
Mion smiled lightly, in the way that the Mion we knew always did.
Well, let's not just stand here. Come on in.
She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Reina.
Let's go.
Reina smiled cheerfully, as if she were passing through the gate of a good friend's house, and did just that. I rallied myself and then went through the gate too.
Come into the torture chamber. Make yourselves at home, yeah.
Oh, you thought the ritual storehouse was bad. Wait until you see what I have.
On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you'd think of when you hear mansion, but it was very clearly a vast place.
Is this the first time you've been here, Kei-chan?
Yeah. This house is enormous.
Steep thatched roofs aren't in fashion anymore. This place could be a tourist attraction. I want to rebuild it using totally average and boring reinforced concrete soon.
Mion dryly
Dreely? That's supposed to be dryly?
Dreely smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and relocked the heavy bolt. Don't worry.
Don't worry about it. Things have been dangerous lately. Gotta do at least this much during the daytime.
Yeah, you're right.
Why does Mion have a gun? She always has a gun. I don't know why. She just always has a gun on her sprite. She never uses it though. It doesn't exist. It's fashion.
Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile.
Well then, good sir and madam, I shall show you inside. Please, come this way.
Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel and then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Nana gripped my stiffening arm lightly.
Kirispica, you're too tense. We came to see me, Tom, remember? You don't need to be that nervous.
That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Oishi-san's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us too. There was nothing to worry about. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone, and laughed at myself.
It's airsoft. Everyone in town is used to carrying that harmless toy around. Yeah.
What's this? Mion, what's with the stone on top of the newspapers? It's in the way. There was a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance, and there was a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like that was here. Dana noticed me looking at it questioningly and giggled. Dana, do you know? What is this? Some kind of good luck charm?
If you don't really know, then feel free to move it out of the way and push your shoes there.
Kirispica, there's a nest of swallows right above that stone.
Huh? Oh, you're right.
This house is for people, but swallows still come in without permission and make nests. It must be like a tradition for them whenever spring comes. They always make a nest here. It's kind of annoying, though.
In other words, it's a sign to not take off your shoes there, because the swallow poop could end up inside of them. Jesus the hand. Get filtered!
I couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other two.
A really long time ago, the Sonozaki family apparently cultivated silkworms. Our ancestors would get all worked up over exterminating the swallows. When you think of it that way, maybe this is our just dessert. Anyway, come on in.
The inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously I could still feel an elegance to the place. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either.
Okay.
You're kidding, right? There's a terrible draft and the winters are freezing. Don't go making my house into property of cultural significance and getting in the way of renovations. Got it? What I want most is a house like yours, Kei-chan. I'm pretty jealous of it. Seems like it would be warm in the winter. Oh, but snowfall seems like it would be a problem.
Snowfall's a problem. Does Hinamizawa get that much snow? Our latitude is south of Kanto, isn't it? Isn't this region warm?
You don't know, Kirispica. Hinamizawa is in an area that gets heavy snowfall. When we get a lot, everyone gets buried. Sometimes you can't even get out of your house.
Sometimes your car gets totally buried too and you can't find where it is.
I wasn't aware of that. Hinamizawa was that bad a place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad, he said something like, this place got plenty of snow so we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried? Not being able to find your car? That's way too much snow.
You remember from geography class, right? The western side of Japan gets cold winds from Asia. We're different from those softies protected by the mountains, nice and warm by the Pacific Ocean.
I'm totally okay with being a softie. And nice and warm. I hate the cold!
We'll have to take a camping trip to get Kei-chan used to the cold this winter then.
No way, there's no way that's happening. I hate the cold, and I hate training camps too. And I hate them even more put together. Mion laughed more uproariously than she ever had. then told us she'd bring out some tea and left her seat for the moment.
Still, there's a lot of fun things to do in the winter. I bet our club will be a blast then.
Our club continuing activities through the winter sounds totally horrible. Like swimming in the cold or marching in the snow. When did we turn into Mount Redhorn?
Yeah. There are definitely a lot of tough punishment games for the winter season. One time, she made us have a real carnival in the schoolyard while snow was falling.
I see the terror of our club cared not for the season. The victor would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events.
We did snowball fights and shaved ice-eating contests and treasure hunts in the snow.
Wait, why is everything outside? Why can't we play tabletop games in a nice, warm room when it's snowing?
Wow! Kichi-kun, if you're saying things like that, then you're gonna lose a lot this winter. We'll have lots of punishment games, and they now won't lose. How?
Don't give me that how! I'd settle things with a cross chop to the head.
You're sure having fun. Our walls aren't very thick, so be careful not to go flying through any, okay?
The paper sliding door opened and Mion returned with a pot and a complete tea set.
Do you want sesame seeds on your rice? Sorry, we don't have much in the way of bean paste or other good stuff.
It's okay. We didn't really come here to drink tea anyways. And with those words, the smile disappeared from Lena's face. She did it. That one careless statement reminded us of what we'd nearly been able to forget. I had wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer, but we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappeared from Lena's expression, Mion too changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air that was like a warm spring day until a moment ago had slipped through the cracks in the paper door and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Reina and I sat kneeling without uttering a word.
Here you are. Drink up.
We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy.
There's no poison in it or anything. Do you distrust me that much? That's upsetting.
Mion gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. We all remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do, so we sat for a long time. At last, Mion smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak.
Hey now, Kei-chan, Lena. You're the guests. Didn't you come here for something? If you don't speak up first, this old man won't know what to do.
Lena and I exchanged glances, and we both resigned ourselves. Lena opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her. It's okay. I needed to come here. Let me talk first.
Okay. I understand.
What would Kei-chan have to tell me? Please give me your daughter's hand in marriage, maybe? Can't do that. My little Lena and Kei-chan aren't meant for each other. Go wash your face with miso soup and try again later.
Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. Mion had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders. Mion. First, I have something to apologize for.
You do? What for?
Mion pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I'd clearly gotten my point across. Well, on the night of Watanagashi, the ritual storehouse behind the shrine, I went in there. I could see Mion's expression immediately become harder. I knew it was somewhere I wasn't supposed to go, but it was just supposed to be a little bit of exploration. We didn't mean anything by it. Even so, I still shouldn't have done it. I apologize. I'm sorry. To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I meant it as my way of prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away, so I left it there on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking, that was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop.
You got me there. I didn't expect you to pitch it to me straight. You've got me on the ropes.
I looked up to see Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly.
If you understand that even though it was only a casual exploration for you, Kei-chan, that there are a lot of people who think it's no laughing matter, then it's okay. There's an old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do.
It's been days since then. It may be too late, but I apologize. What I did was wrong. Please, forgive me. I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened.
It's okay. If you know what you did was bad, then that's enough, right?
Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem, and I wasn't happy about it.
Mi-chan, Kijikan is apologizing seriously. I think maybe you should respond seriously as well.
I am being serious, though. Do I not look serious to you, Reina?
You don't.
Reina was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. Even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it felt like she hasn't been taking this seriously. Obviously, Reina isn't fond of that.
Kijikan, you can get up now. Let's tell her everything. It looks like what Mi-chan wants too.
I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip. Mion. You called Rika-chan and Sachiko the day before last, right?
I don't remember doing so. If you have a reason to think so, could you let me hear it?
It was evening, before dinner time. Rika-chan should have come here, bringing a big bottle of soy sauce, to have you share some with her. Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit.
Why do you think that?
It's not hard to understand. Mi-chan, you saw it too, didn't you? Rika-chan's room.
Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking.
There was chilled tofu, but no soy sauce. Plus the big bottle of soy sauce that
Wait, is this Reina? There was chilled tofu, but no soy sauce. Plus, the big bottle of soy sauce that should have been under the sink was nowhere to be found.
What? Is that why she would have come here?
Mion, drop the act. You wrote it yourself on the notice, didn't you? That you'd share your soy sauce?
Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly clicking her tongue. It was as though we found out she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her. Then, Mi-chan, Rika-chan, you hit her. Lena hesitated for a moment. I could tell she didn't want to use the word erased. Oh wait, no, this is it.
Then, Mi-chan, Rika-chan, you hit her.
I could tell she didn't want to use the word erased, and that she was struggling to find another word.
That was really supposed to be the end, wasn't it? For you, anyway.
What are you talking about?
You didn't foresee that Rika-chan would tell Sadako-chan that she was going to your house, did you, Mi-chan? Then, Sadako-chan called. Might Rika be imposing on you? Yeah, probably just like that.
You sound just like her.
Mi-chan, you were in a bit of a bind then. Because someone knew that Rika-chan had come here. So you decided to lure Sadako-chan here too.
Lure her out? Like how, I wonder?
Mion prodded Lena on as if trying to get the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew. I had been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it had been a really slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her this whole time, wouldn't have known. Mion was panicking. What Lena was saying must have been a bullseye.
It probably went like this. Sadako, I actually made too much dinner today. So why not come over and eat? Rika-chan came earlier and already ate some. Something like that.
Scratch. Mion's nail dug into her knee.
There's no recordings of the phone conversations or anything. So how do you know that much?
I know it because the dinner that Sadako-chan made for the two of them was plastic wrapped in the refrigerator and hadn't been touched.
For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Elena.
With just that to go on, how did you even guess what we said over the phone?
It's a long explanation, so I'll get to the point. The contents of that refrigerator provided a vivid account of what you said over the phone when you lured her out.
Mion's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face.
That's... I had no idea I had such an incredible detective right next to me the whole time. I can't believe you figured out everything, down to the phone conversation. Just from what was inside the fridge. You've got me there. You've got me. You've got me.
As if a dam had burst, Mion convulsed into laughter. Her laugh, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mion had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Oh, how fun that would have been if it were true.
Oh yeah. incredible detective. Nii-chan, you're the one who guessed what Oishi-san told us. He called me an incredible detective too.
As soon as she heard Oishi-san's name, Mion's eyes began to display more panic more clearly, so that anyone would be able to tell.
Mion, the police have suspected you for a long time now. Oishi-san's officers have had the house under observation so that they could break in at any time.
Mion attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Reina's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house.
Was the mayor? Me-chan too.
With Toмотaki-san and Takano-san, you as well. Mion didn't answer her rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see impatience in her eyes, which were still feigning calm. At last, Mion, who had been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn you would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now in this moment. Mion had ceased to be Mion, but had changed into Mion Sonozaki, the current heir to the Sonozaki house. The solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal, and was entirely different from that of the Mion that I knew. Now, I could believe it. Now, I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonozaki clan. Mion quietly placed both her hands on the tatami mat, and gave a beautifully elegant bow, as if this really were a tea ceremony, and named herself.
We meet for the first time. I am the current heir to the Sonozaki house. My name is Mion.
Mion's movements were so elegant they could cut, and we couldn't even answer her. All Elena and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing.
I would like to welcome you to the Sonozaki main house today. I will greet you all in the place of our leader, Oryu. It seems as though you have various things you would like to ask. If I can be of any assistance, then I would like to answer without concealing anything.
What? What did Mion just say? Mion said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her eyes. It's really alright if we ask anything then.
I shall tell you everything I know. That is why you've come here, after all.
Reina and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Lena gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know right now.
Why would you do this?
That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? That didn't go for Rika-chan and Sadako. It went for the mayor, Takano-san, and Toмотaki-san as well. No, even further back. For all the incidents that had been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. Right then, we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms. She finally opened her mouth to speak.
To answer that question will take some time. If that is acceptable, however, then I would by all means like you to hear it.
She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago.
Do you know that Hinamizawa village used to be called Onegafuchi village?
Nena nodded lightly, then shot me a glance, asking me if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onigafuchi Village, yes. I heard all about it that night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the village at the foot of the mountain and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic.
That's right. Our ancestors in Onigafuchi village were proud transcendents, descended from the demons. Those in the village at the foot of the mountains worshipped and honored them. Nevertheless, that all decayed with the end of the Tokugawa era.
The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Onigafuchi village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested.
Now this song is good, yeah.
That was the kind of era it became.
The Meiji era began, and the name of Onigafuchi village, with its long history, was forcibly changed to Hinamizawa village. I have heard the Meiji government strongly wished to erase the old customs.
The abolition of feudal domains and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun. Seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level as the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was. Our ancestors in Onigafuchi village were proud transcendents, descended from demons. Onigafuchi village disappeared in a...
Oh wait, this is still her. Oh my god, this was all her. Oh my god!
The abolition...
Wait, I'm still doing her. No, her voice.
The abolition of feudal domains and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level of the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all the traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was. Our ancestors in Onigafuchi village were proud transcendents, descended from the demons. Onigafuchi village disappeared in a flash. At last,
Wait. Is this still her? Who is this? Who is this? Is this Mion? I can't tell. I guess so. Probably all Mion, yeah.
At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia, one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began and they won war after war. The first Sino-Japanese War and the Russo-Japanese War. And until the Pacific War broke out, they recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization. At the time, Onigafuchi village had already lost its impenetrability. The villagers, once worshipped as transcendents, were now on the receiving end of inhuman treatment. The sacred Onigafuchi village had been groundlessly labeled an isolated village of those afflicted with incurable diseases, a mere shadow of its former self, and stood on the precipice of an era of hardship. Thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onigafuchi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who had come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot they were touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Hinamizawa, you'd be kidnapped by demons, cut up into pieces and devoured.
Never, ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds, then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to the baseless slander, making Onigafuchi's village historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of the people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end only with the perspective of children. If anyone found out you were from Onigafuchi, you would be turned down from any job you applied for. People would even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce. It even caused trials. They would appeal that where one came from wasn't an important enough reason to divorce. They would, however, lose their case. Lying about one's birthplace apparently constitutes a heavy act of misrepresentation in marriage.
That's terrible.
I've heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you would be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was. A modern form of bullying.
I think that's more than bullying.
Though I only memorized that because it was going to be on a test one time. I recalled being suspicious about it and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan.
Well, I suppose I can't say they weren't asking for it. Our ancestors were proud of the demon blood flowing through them. They lived their lives boasting about it and scorning those at the foot of the mountain, after all. They struck fear into the villagers down there with their mystique and demanded gifts of dread and tribute.
With that, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery. During the Pacific War, despite the slogans that all the country was acting as one, those from Hinamizawa continued to suffer all manner of discrimination. There were too many ways to count. They would send their husbands and sons to war, and the women on the home front would suffer greatly too. My grandmother remembers it well. She remembers it being a difficult time. Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945. Hinamizawa had lost many male hands, but at last their fathers and husbands and sons returned to them. Of course, there were also many who didn't come back. Nevertheless, for those in Hinamizawa, who were at their limits, barely able to maintain the village without their men, their return was a very happy thing. MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. They could feel day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous era. Hinamizawa was on the verge of turning into a ghost town. Those in the village started to say that they should rebuild it once again, and got to work, trying to make the village even a little more plentiful. During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather, the husband of the elderly currently family leader, Sohei Sonozaki.
Wait, what?
The husband of the elderly current family leader. Oh, okay.
I was like, wait, I thought that was Oryu. No, this is her husband, Sohei.
Sohei said that he managed food warehouses in Harbin after being dispatched to the Chinese mainland. When it was time to pull out, he conspired with his superiors and comrades and stole a great deal of the army's canned goods. He hid them somewhere in the Seto Inland Sea and sold them widely at a high price in the black market, thus earning a fortune. Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonozaki house. Let's revive this ruined village. All who live here are our family, and this fortune is our collective property. So he proclaimed to my grandmother, the current head of the family, that vast fortune was a huge reason why Hinamizawa was revitalized after the war.
I see. With that, Hinamizawa came back to life. And that's how the Sonozaki family had established its current prosperity.
Of course, there were many people who begrudged the money coming from the black market, but the villagers no longer minded it. They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family, the center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization.
And the person at the middle of it all was your Nana, Mi-chan. That's amazing. What a great success.
Mion looked like she was honestly happy and Nana had praised her.
However, around 1955, the wind started blowing in the other direction again. Because of the canned flesh incident.
Canned flesh? It sounded so hideous. And just hearing it made me nauseous.
Someone naming himself as my grandfather Sohei Sonozaki's superior confessed that those canned goods had been human flesh.
Hinamizawa, a village in which demons lived and ate humans. They were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth as revealed by his former superior. The stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival had been canned human flesh. Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? His superior revealed that Sohei Sonozaki did not have the job of managing the food.
In reality, Sohei's job during the war had been to exterminate pestilent mice and to transport the corpses of those infected with dangerous diseases. He'd been on unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant at a military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low, scorned, depressing customs of owning a Fuchi village in the research they were carrying out.
Could that have been, well, you know, the bacteriological corpse in the old Japanese army or whatever?
Kirispica, you heard of that? What could it be?
I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war.
Unit 731 mentioned, let's go. Yeah, what the heck? I did not expect the story to take this turn.
They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. It methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims. How many days it would be when injected. How many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead, and dissected them while they were still alive. They would strap them in the centrifuges while still alive and crush them into decompression chambers while still alive.
The Ryukishi ride never ends, yeah. War crimes. Oh.
When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body gets pushed outwards, and their intestines get pushed out of their anus like a snake whining out of it.
True. It's pretty instantaneous death, though. Well, at least if you're underwater. Like sudden decompression, especially on oil rigs.
I have a feeling I saw something like that on the documentary one time. That makes me sick. And they still hate Hinamizawa, huh?
You said it.
Mion agreed with me, giving me a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now.
The unit Sohei was in did way kinder research than that. They were researching concrete methods for reducing the difficulty of delivering food on the battlefield. The military's designs at the start of the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront. The food storage led to malnutrition, and as their natural resistances lowered, the soldiers fell to one disease after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently, that's where the research started. At first, it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. It was very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control until they finally knocked down a door called Taboo. And what do you think the easiest source of protein on a battlefield is? Lena and I knew the answer without being told, so we didn't answer. That's right. They were researching ways to handle using humans as food. Fighting onwards, sometimes eating the flesh of enemies and sometimes that of allies, became the ultimate service paid to their country. They were deathly serious about this doctrine. It really is a riot.
Let's get this out onto a tray. That is an insane thing to say. How does it taste? Most human is purported to taste like pork. From what I've heard. Because we have the animal we have the most similar diet to is pigs. Ugh. The game is a bit loud. Yeah, I don't know why. This song is louder than all the others. I guess it's supposed to be impactful. Put it down a little bit. There you go.
They were deathly serious about this doctrine. It really is a riot. My grandfather was despised as someone who ate human flesh, and that they had gone above and beyond that. Apparently, he always thought about it too. Even if he was a vulgar, man-eating demon, they were far more ugly demons than he.
What's in the soy sauce, Mion? It was impactful for like that first 3 minutes, yeah.
So no matter how much he was scorned, he wouldn't put up with it. At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the science couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes. And so that they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves, they stamped the bottoms with a circle. The starved soldiers on the front lines apparently loved all the prototypes they were sent. Among them, those who cooked it in soy sauce like it was sukiyaki loved it the most.
Come on, Mii-chan. Stop! I'm getting sick to my stomach.
Reina was really pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there. Then, those canned goods your grandpa is this me? Then, those canned goods your grandpa brought back. I don't know if it's true. So, Sohei denied it was human flesh up until the day he died. However, those who begrudged Hinamizawa's sudden revival called him a savage for making a fortune from selling human flesh, and the villagers began to be scorned again. They returned to a time where children would be jeered at and have rocks thrown at them. The startling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against, discriminated, and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone just enjoy life together? I didn't know. My grandmother, the family head, once told the children of the village this. If they throw a stone at one of you, then 2 of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, what if they threw stones at 2 of us? Of course, the answer was simple. If they throw stones at 2 of you, throw them back with 4. If they chase 8 of you, with sticks, drive them off with 16. If they slander 30 of you, yell back with 60. Finally, the children asked, and what if we're attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple. If 1,000 people attack you, then everyone in Hinamizawa will stand up against them. It was a manifesto to spur people into action. My grandmother rose up not only as the leader of the Sonozaki house, but as the mother of Hinamizawa. It was halfway through 1955. It was a time when riots over the treaty with the US were rampant, a time of battle and action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against them all. It didn't matter whether that one was a child or an adult. If they heard that a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it.
It's like when the guys were trying to beat up Keiichi when he was outside Angel Mort.
If you meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you were in trouble. They probably figured that if they could make others think that, they'd win. Kei-chan, do you remember how many people came to help you when you got involved with those delinquents in town?
Yeah.
I recalled how much of an impression it had left on me. That the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue. Yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved.
Ooh, did I skip something?
My grandmother fought, and my parents carried on the fight. At last, peace returned to Hinamizawa. Of course, that peace had been placed on a razor's edge. When you consider the previous 100 years of history, the tranquility now can only be called a chance interval, standing on uneven scales.
Why? Could I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet I said it anyway. Why can't everyone just live in peace? What happened to those old stories of Oyashiro-sama that I heard from Tokano-san? Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that?
It's a fairy tale. I mean, that even if those people and the demons were real, the Oyashiro-sama who mediated between them wasn't.
Is that why Oyashiro-sama's curse happened? A cool gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautifully clear hair. Mion kept her refreshing smile without answering. I didn't even change her expression, but even that became a silent answer.
So that Hinamizawa village might once more be like Onigafuchi village. So that we may again be a sacred existence, worthy of worship. That was the earnest wish of our ancestors in Onigafuchi, and the mission of those who inherit the demon in the Sonozaki main family.
Those who inherit the demon?
Wait, this is like Scooby-Doo. Where like Mion is literally like,
I had to make people think that the house was haunted, so that they wouldn't tear down the house. They wouldn't tear down my family's house. So I told them that I had to pretend to be the ghost and run around.
except this case she's killing children and people.
For generations, the Sonozaki family has had a custom of including the characters for demon in the leaders' names. If you write out my name on your hand, it should appear plain as day.
I trace out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right.
Well, now... Oh, wait. Maybe he doesn't know about the tips, actually.
Character for demon is in there.
Not only my name, either. The demon is engraved on my body as well.
She has a tattoo! She's tatted.
When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing.
It's okay, Mi-chan. You don't need to show us, okay?
Thank you.
With just that exchange, I guessed what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or marking, that proved she inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was heavy. Heavy. Truly heavy. History of Hinamizawa, no, of Onigafuchi. Weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Nana wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. After a long period of nothing, Mion murmured. The serial incidents happening over the past 5 years. I was directly related to some of them, and indirectly to others. Some were not the Sonozaki family, but rather related to the others. The Kimiyoshi family and the Furude family. I think I was at the center of all of them. She said it without turning around, with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew.
I have faith in what I've done. I don't feel any guilt. If I did, perhaps it would have been that I will have to leave the stage before the heir is decided. If I'm caught, then, and tried in a court of law, then I suppose that's how it works nowadays. Being able to retire with Hinamizawa at the most peaceful it's been in 100 years could be the happiest thing that's ever happened to any of the Sonozaki leaders of the past generations.
Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door, then slid down and flopped on the ground. It was an act of such resignation that it made me just hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey, Mion, I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try to struggle as much as you can? Try to run away? As soon as I began to think that way, Nana's ringing voice filled the room.
But, Rika-chan and Santoko-chan, you killed them, didn't you, Mi-chan?
The sharp points of her words stabbed into my chest despite not being directed at me.
I'm not saying it's okay if you killed other people. Regardless, Mi-chan, you killed Rika-chan and Sadako-chan.
Reina's words were more biting than any I'd ever heard. Even now that we knew all the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends.
Just as I bear the duty of the Sonozaki family, Rika-chan bore the duty of the Furude family. That duty was to protect the ritual storehouse.
My chest tightened.
I learned around last year that Rika-chan had said something about it. The bars on the storehouse were too heavy for her, and she wanted to change them to a simpler lock and key. Even the priest before her had complained about it being heavy. He was very aware of how hard it was for Rika-chan.
I'll make sure to guard it. So I want to replace the lock with something lighter. Who's this?
I replied on the behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there seem to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro-sama, so you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, If it's that difficult for you, Rika-chan, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we were alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with old man Kimiyoshi, since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock on the storehouse and switched it to a really cheap and light padlock. Old man, is this really alright? Nana says that if possible we should keep the lock the same.
It'll be alright. You're quite the warrior, Art. If something happens, this old man will take all the responsibility.
Do you promise? You mean that you will take responsibility as the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, right? You should be well aware of how sacred the things inside really are.
It's okay. There aren't any bad cats in Hinamizawa who would open the lock and break it.
Wait, no. No, this is Rika. Rika suddenly is speaking. It's okay. There aren't any bad cats in Hinamizawa who would open the lock and break in. Meow meow.
Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell into the tatami mat.
I had already heard of the thieves entering the ritual storehouse during the Watanagashi festival. There were 4 of them. We decided to act within the day. At the same time, we needed to demand that the others who allowed the thieves to break in, Rika, John of the Furude family, and old man Kimiyoshi, take responsibility.
My tears dripped and dropped, until just now, I decided it was Mion's fault. That she killed Rika-chan and the others. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion. It was me. I might as well have killed them.
Kirispica.
I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. If at the time I stopped us from sneaking in to the ritual storehouse, Mika-chan and the others wouldn't have had to die. If I had, nothing would have happened. We would be spending our days having lots of fun like we always did. I was an idiot. If by shedding tears I could take it all back, then I would have filled up the room with them.
Okay, but Shion would also know that that's what would happen. What did Shion want? Shion also knew that that would happen if they went inside. Didn't she? Being a member of the Sonozaki family. In which case, was Shion using it as a ploy so that they could finally kill the Kimiyoshi and Furude families and have Sonozaki take over the entire village and do it as they please? I hate Shion, yeah. Only one of the twins would be schooled and gain all power. But wouldn't they know? Shion is an outsider though, don't forget about that. Yeah, it's a power grab. Shion heard they were sending people to a farm and wanted to find out where. But she wasn't the head, so she wouldn't know. Shion is an outsider, because she's an Okinomiya.
However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I've committed.
Kei-chan, you're not at fault.
Mion gently began to speak to me, as if trying to reason with me.
As the leader of the Sonozaki family, I needed to act. But given the history of the Sonozaki family, thinking about it now, it's no big deal. Maybe I should have saved my friends, even if it meant casting all that aside. I yielded to it, and that's why I killed those 2. I, Mion Sonozaki, and nobody else killed them.
She's covering for somebody. She's covering for somebody. She is covering for somebody. No way. No way she's covering for somebody. Yup. Yup, 100%. It's Shion! Shion killed them! Shion killed them and she's taking the blame! Have we forgotten about Satoshi? Well, I don't know. He doesn't really come up in this story much. Like in this one. That's what this feels like, yeah.
I, Mion Sonozaki, and nobody else killed them. I had hundreds of chances to stop it, but I didn't stop. I gave in to the easy role that was handed to me, and abandoned all thought of fighting for my friends. So this is my crime. I killed them. Mion Sonozaki, with these hands, killed them. And nothing else whatsoever changed. Nothing!
Her masochistic laughter was sad. Especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves.
With these mittens, yeah. She's never been more innocent, yeah.
It was so painful.
Still, Mi-chan, you saved one person of your own volition.
Huh? As I looked at her surprised, Rina stuck her finger right at my forehead.
You're not Keiichi-kun alive. As strong as you are, Mi-chan, it would have been no trouble for you, but you didn't kill him.
That's right. Mion was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her. Even in our club, if she had seriously tried to kill me, I would have been dealt with the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after another, for some reason I had this vague feeling, this vague belief that I would be left alive.
It's because Mion's in love with him. Mion is in love with Keiichi, and she doesn't want to kill him.
Why didn't I kill him? As a demon, I can't even begin to guess. Maybe Mion had some reason she didn't want to kill you. What is that supposed to mean? Shh. Mion put a finger to her lips to say that Reina didn't need to talk.
Is Oishi waiting outside?
Yes.
Any way out?
Oh, they said they had the place surrounded. It seemed like they caught a lot of cars over the ideal. I think they have their entire property surrounded.
Mion fell silent. Reina's merciless words felt cruel. They weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only by a little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help.
Please, turn yourself in.
Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled just a little.
We'll go with you. Never leave a friend by herself.
Crying children and Reina are the only things I can't beat.
What does that mean? Crying children and Reina are the only things I can't beat. But she just said she killed Satoko and Rika, who would be crying children. Therefore, did she kill them? This would be the time where Reina's big brain should kick in, yeah. They weren't crying before the bullet hit. Nah, those don't count. True. Good catch, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but their ghost got revenge. And she never mentioned killing her own sister. Yeah. She never said that Keiichi, you need to ask about Shion.
She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion.
I'm well aware of how serious my own crimes are. Even if they accept me turning myself in, I'll probably never be able to come back here.
I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in was just too large. So much, though, that maybe recommending that she turn herself in was, in a way, extremely cruel.
So, I'd like you to hear one last selfish request.
What is it?
30 minutes is fine. Just let me have some time alone with Kei-chan.
Huh? My name suddenly came up, and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that.
Kirispica, is that okay with you? If you don't want to, then I won't make you. Sacrifice time? Is she gonna kill him to finish the job? But Blah.
You're right.
Oh, you're right. It's okay if you don't want to. After all, I'm a demon. And Kei-chan is a bona fide human who moved here from somewhere else. For us to be compatible as long as Oyashiro-sama doesn't exist to mediate, simply isn't possible.
There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by heavy, unopposable tradition. Right now, the duty of handling this had fallen to me. And me alone. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it. I was guilty of the same crime, and she let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika-chan and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear the sins that Mion shouldered. So when it came to Mion's request, there was no reason for me to hesitate. Sure, it's fine.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank you too, Kirispica.
Reina stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave.
It's fine, Reina. You can wait right here. I just want to go around the yard with Kei-chan.
No.
If you're bored, you can go to my room. You can read any manga you like. And if there are any volumes you like, you might as well take them.
I don't want to. Mi-chan's books belong to Mi-chan. Rina couldn't bring them back home with her so quickly.
You're such a good kid. Only at times like this.
Mion took Reina's head and rubbed it violently like I always did.
Okay. Let's go, Kei-chan.
I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway, when Reina silently stopped me.
Take care of Mi-chan.
Yeah.
Mi-chan really does believe she won't ever be able to come back.
I didn't know much about laws, but with as many deaths as she'd been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent.
Watch out so that you don't make her lose her temper, okay?
Mion might not surrender herself to justice, so I might have to put an end to it myself. Reina had already thought that far ahead. Right. I won't let that happen. Reina rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them.
Okay, then go after her.
I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out the front door.
Yeah, I still have to die in this game. We have to die. We're nowhere near the end, so I have to die again. So she's gonna I don't know if she's gonna be the one to gank me or not.
I could clearly hear Reina sobbing from the other side of the paper door. Why was Mi-chan made a successor to demons? Maybe it just had to happen that way, but it's just so awful. Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. I put on my shoes, tapped my toes against the floor a few times, then left, and Mion timidly came over. Why is she turning all red at a time like this?
Can I hold your arm?
It was such a modest request. I don't mind. With my permission, her face lit up with glee, like a child being given a toy, and it took my arm.
Do you get kind of nervous with your arm through mine? You're not thinking, for example, that I'd suddenly put you in a world-class joint lock or anything?
You two say the same things. I don't think that at all. Back when nothing had gone wrong yet, during those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion at Angel Mort, I counted back and was amazed. It had only been 1 week ago. I had been arm in arm with Shion then too. Linking arms with Mion like this really reminded me that they were twins. How much strength they put into it, the sensation of their arms, their warmth and the blood flowing. I could feel that their living sensations were all exactly the same.
I think Shion liked you, Kei-chan.
I see. If this were a regular conversation, I might have jumped back, red in the face.
The cup.
Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace. Mion and Shion, you got along well, didn't you?
Well, I wonder. Kei-chan, do you think your right hand and left hand get along?
Huh? My right hand and left hand? I don't think you could describe them as getting along or not.
That's how our relationship is. You can't measure it by the scale of how well we get along.
That didn't sound like it meant they got along really well.
For example, one of your hands is dominant, so there will always be a better hand.
Okay. Okay, flexing.
If you only had one oven mitt, you wouldn't put it on your dominant hand. You would put it on your dominant hand without thinking, right? I think maybe it was like that for us.
And then what is she gonna say?
And when the left hand gets injured or is no longer useful, sometimes you have to cut it off. And the right hand might have to be the one to do it. That doesn't mean, though, that anyone would be okay with losing their left hand. It's kind of an unexplainable relationship. I think that maybe you live too close together and just stopped being able to see it, but I think that means you get along really well.
Oh wait, no, this is me.
I think that maybe you live too close together and just stop being able to see it, but I think that means you get along really well. I'm an only child, so the day before the festival, I was really jealous of when you and Shion were messing around with each other.
I think you're jealous of something that doesn't exist. Yes, we twins used to have a lot of fun playing tricks on people. But now we have such distinctly different personalities. It just gets in the way.
Were they cursed or were they self-conscious? Their relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mian passed through the wide yard and invited me into the big, desolate forest we'd seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of the property, so I couldn't help but feel small. It's huge. You must have had a great time playing in it as kids, huh? Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind, but She was probably thinking back to those fun days when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time, thinking back on her younger sister, whom she had gotten rid of with her own hands. There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. Mion suddenly stopped and turned.
I knew it! I knew it!
Shion is still alive.
Really? Mion took a hard look into my eyes and then nodded quietly.
Yeah. I've been thinking to give her the most horrible death of all, so I've had her locked up. I never did think of a good way to do it, though.
Mion sounded as though she hated Shion, but also deep down, she didn't completely detest her. So I took my other hand and rustled Mion's hair with it. I wanted to torture and kill my sister.
Oh, you're so cute. Damn. But you so pretty, though.
Mion didn't only save me. She saved Shion, too. Mion may have become a demon and led many people to their deaths, but she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. As I petted Mion, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile and untangled her arm from mine. Then Mion quietly said,
Come with me. I want you to see all of my sins. Although, Kei-chan, it might be the worst thing you've ever seen.
I could sense it. There I would probably find all the sacrifices up until now. Looking at them would mean accepting Rika-chan and Satoko's deaths, as well as accepting that my best friend had done it. It's already happened.
But it's already happened. It's in the past. You can choose not to look, Kei-chan. If you don't want to, then wait here. I will personally end everything.
I was taken aback by how ominous that sounded. I remember what Lena had told me. Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'll still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that had already happened. It doesn't matter what I see.
Yes?
Mion Sonozaki is the best friend I could ever have. That won't change. It never will. The tree tops softly swayed in the wind. You and Lena both. Why do you only get really cool at times like this? Wait. No, this is her.
You and Lena both. Why do you only get really cool at times like this?
Normally I'd say something rude right back at her, evading the question, but today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last, Mion started walking into the thick forest, into the deepest part.
What the... Okay.
After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or a bomb shelter. We were surrounded by shallow hills that had been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There were many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. The abnormal odor I'd been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place.
If you want to turn back now, now's your chance. I don't know what kind of person Mion Sonozaki is to you, but if you go inside, that Mion will probably...
She won't change. I'll say it as many times as I need to. Mion Sonozaki is the best friend I could ever have. I clench my fists. Inside there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might end up vomiting. Even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and this suffering. It will never change. That Mion is my greatest friend.
I am nothing more than a demon, so I don't understand human feelings anymore. I have a feeling, though, that I know why Mion fell in love with you.
I knew it! I knew it! Yeah! Duh, lady!
Don't say that like it's not related to you. You're Mion. You're not a demon. You're human with human blood, and you're my friend. Mion made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes, and placed a hand on the big door of the tunnel entrance.
Is she Mion, though? That's true. It could be Shion. It could be Shion. It could be Shion. That's as well.
The lock on it was dauntingly strong-looking. It seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever would enter, just like the ritual storehouse. When the double doors opened,
Is she gonna kill me? She's gonna kill me in here, isn't she?
a stifling rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. I remember accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving its tank out on the porch, and how intense the odor it left was. If that was the smell of a corpse, then that was certainly what this smelled like. Inside, it was pitch black, but Mion flicked a switch that turned on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. We passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. We passed places that looked like someone had lived there. This indicated that it had been used as a bomb shelter and stockpiled during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dug-out bomb shelter that had just been left there, though. There was a sense of dignity, as though this were a second Sonozaki house constructed underground. Despite being in pitch darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through an air hole somewhere, giving it a very mysterious feel.
You saw what was in the ritual storehouse, right? The piles of torture instruments. All of them were created to uphold the strict religious laws of Onigafuchi village. They were tools used to kill those who broke the laws in terrible ways as a warning to others. That was a long time ago.
Or no, that was a long time ago.
Watanagashi, originally a ritual meant as a deterrent, was once overseen by the three families. But thanks to the Kimiyoshi and Furude families going into decline, and the way the times changed, actually carrying it out became difficult.
I can imagine why. You'd never think people could be okay with drowning people in a swamp and killing them in modern Japan.
And that's why the Sonozaki family built this, a secret place, so that we can continue to conduct the rite of Watanagashi, even in modern times.
Mion opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements.
There's quite a few, isn't there? Some of them were actually brought here from the original storehouse.
All of the things there had been rusty and covered in dust, so they didn't seem that real, but the things in here were quite different. Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that they could be used right away. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood, the walls and ceilings were covered in a kind of tiling you would see in bathrooms, and there was even a drain set amidst a slight slope in the floor. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet, perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood.
According to something a leader from a long time ago wrote, blood spatter has impact despite the fact that it doesn't tax the sacrifice. Watanagashi was meant as a deterrent after all. My ancestors thought up all different kinds of things to show off. As she said that, Mion pointed deeper into the torture room, to a spot veiled in darkness. There was, surprisingly, a room floored with tatami mats, and in the corner was a pile of cushions. They're seats for the audience. Watanagashi was meant as a deterrent after all. It wouldn't have made sense if there were no guests. I couldn't speak, and I couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Except that if Mion revealing all this to me made her heart feel any lighter, then I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to. Right here is where I killed everyone. There were no spectators to watch me, but I did the Watanagashi very well. Well, perhaps there was one spectator.
Huh? A spectator?
Me. I, the demon, was watching the entire time Mion held the Watanagashi ceremony.
Mion cackled in self-deprecation.
I think this is Shion. This is Shion talking to us. Shion is talking to us. But Mion did kill them. She did kill them. Shion is the one talking to us, but Mion did kill them. She only said Shion is alive. Maybe Mion is dead then. Yeah. Shion gets all the blame? No. Was Mion forced to kill them? And she didn't show the mark showing that she was the heir to the... So this is Shion, because she didn't even prove that she was Shion. She just said she had the tattoo, but she didn't show it. And she said thank you to it. You remember, yeah. She was bluffing, yeah, she was bluffing. So this is Shion. Mion did kill them, and then Mion is dead. Perhaps. Perhaps Mion is dead now. And that would be why Shion went in the ritual storehouse knowing what would have to happen. Because she literally just said that sometimes it gets in the way. So she was saying that Mion was in her way. I don't know, Mion is dead though. She said Shion is dead. She never said Mion is alive. And this is clearly Shion. I blame Lena for not letting her get naked, yeah. Maybe Mion is alive but roped up about so she can get blamed for the murders? I could see that too. But in that case, And Shion's definitely about to kill us, I think. Shion is definitely about to kill us because, she has no reason to want to save us. She said, I think Shion might have liked you, but I can see why Mion loved you. Like, as if, like, it's a shame. And she was crying. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, regardless of who this is, we're dead meat, yeah. I think this is Shion. This is definitely Shion. This is definitely Shion. Keep reading, keep reading. Okay.
Mion cackled in self-deprecation. It wasn't a nice-sounding laugh.
Back there is the prison.
Is Shion there? She nodded slightly. Mion's Watanagashi had ended today. I needed to tell Shion that I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she was probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. The ostentatious door on the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expansive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more and more of the great cave showed itself in the faint light. The walls were bare rock surface, and it felt so savage that bomb shelter was the most apt term for it.
Keiichi's self-preservation stat is in the negative? Yeah. Yeah, she's luring us down here to kill us.
There were small, barred rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects biting their way through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each one of them was a prison. Where is everyone? Rika-chan and Satoko.
They're corpses.
I grimaced at her, having said it out so outright. Yeah, that's right. The poor things being left in the dark like this.
I didn't want them to get infested with bugs, so I threw them down the well. I'm sorry.
So I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret at having confessed everything to Rika-chan came surging forth.
The story of Rika being lured in with the soy sauce, but Rika also knowing and saying she was gonna take care of it. I think Rika knew she was gonna die. And she went willingly, but that makes the whole thing about soy sauce questionable.
If Mion hadn't attached the word sorry to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. Calm down, Keiichi, Mayabara. You said it yourself. No matter what, Mion Sonozaki is your greatest friend. Yeah, my greatest friend. I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Then came the clattering of bars in one of the cells deeper in. When I noticed it, I looked up as well. Shion? Is that Shion? Kei-chan! Is that you, Kei-chan? I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out through the gaps in the bars. It really was her. Are you alright, Shion? Are you hurt?
She's gonna be like, I'm not Shion, I'm Mion.
No. No! 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 Shion's face twisted out of shape as she screamed. It was because Mion had appeared right behind me. Of course. Shion didn't know that everything was over yet. Calm down, Shion. Everything's already over. Everything... I spoke in as calm of a voice as I could manage to try and soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like it was getting through her screams.
Shion, how have you been?
No more! Please! No more! I don't want to see anyone else die! If you hate me, then just kill me already! I'm the one you hate, right? Kill me! Kill me right now! Sis! Calm down, Shion! It's all over now! It's gonna be alright! So calm down! Shion, who was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. I gave a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. I realized that if Mion was the one who had locked her in there, and if Mion was the one who had scared Shion this much, then Mion was also the one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke from my shoulder, quietly.
Relax. I won't kill you. No, I won't kill you just yet.
She burst out into a bizarre laugh, as if trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Shion broke out in a fierce shiver brought on by that laugh and rattled the iron bars as she wailed. Please! Please stop! Don't kill Kei-chan! Kei-chan has nothing to do with this, does he? If you're going to kill someone, then kill me right now! I don't want anyone else to die. If you want to die that badly, then after I killed this man, I'll take my time making mincemeat out of you. In accordance with the ancient rites, I'll do it slowly, starting with your extremities. I'll shave you down and mince you. I had that mincing machine set up specifically for you, after all. Or would it be funnier if I were to mince up Kei-chan in front of you? Hey! Quit it already! What do you have to gain from scaring her at this point? No! Kei-chan! Run away! I tried to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but when I turned around, Mion's mouth, so much so that it was hard to believe, had twisted into a shape even thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person there wasn't my best friend Mion. It wasn't the Mion Sonozaki who had been tossed about by our heavy duty of succeeding the Sonozaki family either. Then who was she? I saw sparks flying before my eyes, like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. The strength in my body drained instantly, and my head suddenly became heavy. My knees buckled under the temptation and hit the floor. Then my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but it was comfortable, as if I had fallen onto a down-filled futon. My consciousness reeled and then receded. It was the kind of sensation, like if you took a nap in a car, but you were still half awake. I could listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you wouldn't be listening. You would only be hearing it. It was happening so far away, and the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you would have no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling in my ears, or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think it was annoying, nor did it interest me. Now then, I wonder how I should go about preparing you. Oh yes, what do you think of a bed of nails? I tested it on those two little brats, but their hands were too small for the restraining table. Let's do that. Let's do that! Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it, and one of my shoes fell off. No! Please stop! Sit! Please stop! Shion's emotion exploded outward, and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, she flung me down, and returned to the prison cell again. My, you sure can cry with a cute voice, can't you? Your unnatural bravado is making my skin crawl, but this definitely suits you the best.
Shion. It's Shion. Is it? What?
Mion! My big sister, I beg you! I don't care how you choose to kill me, but please, at least let Kei-chan go! I'm begging you!
Shion had always acted as though she were cut above her older sister. And Shion, in such a miserable voice that I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times, prostrated herself before the older sister. She used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling with joy.
You know, I wasn't planning on listening to your petty wishes. The way you're crying, though, is just too funny. I think maybe I'll change my mind and listen to you. Since, come to think of it, I never did anything big sister-like for you. Yes! Yes! Thank you! Thank you so much! Alright then. Let's hear you apologize for everything. Then maybe I'll let it all be water under the bridge. And maybe, just maybe, I'll let Kei-chan go.
Mion said she might let me go, but she never said anything about letting Shion go. Before long, Shion got on her hands and knees and began behind the bars and began to speak weak words of apology. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant expression, Mion kicked the bars and declared she was unsatisfied.
You think you can make up for years of grudges and hard feelings like that? That will just not do. I guess I'll make mincemeat out of you both! No! Wait, sis! One more chance! Just one more chance!
Mion stopped and waved her hand again in resignation. Not because she had grown impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing Shion.
You can't apologize to my satisfaction anyway. I'll teach you how to make an apology that will get through to your older sister. I'm only going to tell you once, and if you get even a letter wrong, you're out. Got it? Yes! Yes! Thank you, sis.
Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time.
Wait, is he taking his government-mandated nap at the moment? Yeah, don't they have a wire? Don't they have a wire? Why haven't they done anything yet?
Returned a little at a time, I realized. It was feelings of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel my skin and my blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my fingers.
Did you memorize it? Then let's hear you say it. Sincerely and faithfully, from beginning to end, with all of your heart. If you can do it properly, then I'll only kill you. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Until just a few moments ago, I was sure that this had been Mion, but at some point she had become someone else. The Mion I knew well would never do something so nasty like enjoy trampling all over someone's dignity like this.
Now, let's hear it. Your big sister is listening closely. Shion Sonozakis.
When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, had the real thing been swapped out with a fake right before me? Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion!
Shion Sonozaki is a lowly, worthless sow. Not even fit to even lick her big sister Mion's feet. And when I think of the countless times I've been rude to my big sister, without knowing my place. Yes, that's the spirit. I'll permit you to say a little more now, okay?
Blood circulated through my whole body. My numb senses were returning. Just a little bit more! Well, Shion is still holding Mion's... No, that thing pretending to be Mion's attention! Hurry up!
I reflect on how impertinent I've been and swear loyalty to my big sister Mion for the rest of my life. So,
Mion's burst of laughter echoed throughout the big cave, growing into a terrifying level. That was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it, and stopped smiling suddenly, as if snipping a wire.
alright. Alrighty. That was funny enough for me. I didn't think you'd throw away that much of your pride. That was plenty enjoyable.
Mion began to drag me again. After I finally got feeling in my body back, and pulled me towards the torture chamber.
Sis! Only kill me. Please, forgive him. Don't worry, alright? I'll be sure to kill you real good.
After letting you get an earful of Kei-chan's screams, that is!
No! No!
After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the restraining table. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced my hands, which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands and my fingers at that, tightly with hinges, and locked them in place.
Sis! Don't kill him! Sis!
The door to the big cave with the jails had been left open, so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time.
Can you hear it, Shion? I'm going to get started now.
Please, enjoy Kei-chan's young screams. Give it a fucking rest. The feeling in my body returned, and the first action I took was to towel off that thing that looked like Mion.
Awake at last, are we? I lied before, you know. About having wanted to give Shion the most miserable death of all. But locking her up because I hadn't thought of a good way yet. That was a lie.
Mion brought over something like a toolbox. From inside it, she removed a large metal hammer. And next to it, she began to line up what looked like long, strangely shaped nails, whose end had been turned into hooks, like the kind you'd see on a harpoon.
Ah, no, this is not gonna be good.
I'll let her hear the screams of all those people that died because of her. And after they've soaked into her very soul, then I'll kill her. I've got pretty good taste, huh?
Who are you?
Huh? I'm Mion. Mion Sonozaki. Has the fear driven you crazy?
No, you're not. There's no way you can be Mion Sonozaki. Mion snorted and continued her preparations for the horrifying torture.
I see. Then if I'm not Mion, who am I?
A demon.
Huh?
You're not Mion. Mion was just here. Give her back.
Kei-chan, is your brain really doing okay? You're not going crazy with fear.
Don't touch me! You damn demon! Give her back! Give Mion back! My best friend! Give Mion back! Mion stood there for a few moments, with her jaw hanging open, not having expected me to say that. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew it was nonsense to demand Mion return when she was right in front of me. But this person in front of me couldn't possibly have been Mion! There was no way I could accept that. So, this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon and was controlling Mion as if she was a separate personality. Mion was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. It had to be the doing of this demon possessing her. When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost choked.
You really are a piece of work. You know that! In this very moment, Mion Sonozaki is trying to kill you, and you're trying to reject me. I never knew there was such a funny person in all the world.
If you want to laugh, do it all you want. No matter what you say, though, I want to accept that you're Mion. Give her back. Away with you, demon!
Kei-chan, are you trying to kill me by drowning me in my own tears? No matter what, I wouldn't,
no matter what, I wouldn't lose to that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart, so that the real Mion, trapped inside the Mion I saw in front of me, would be able to hear. You can do it, Mion! Don't lose to this piece of shit demon! You're strong! Show me how strong you are! The tears welled up and flooded down her face. Her hands were busy with the restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow. Please! Mion! Mion! Where did you lose to a demon like this? You're not that weak, are you? Don't lose! Fight! Fight! Mion, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed one of the long nails into the tip of my left pinky. In her left hand was the hammer. At her side were dozens more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That's why I shouted! My sides hurt like they're about to split.
is that all? I'm going to get started now. Be sure to give her some good screams. Not only am I torturing you, Kei-chan, but I'm torturing Shion as well.
Why would you... Mion! Then I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't an acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had lost to the demon. Yet a small change did occur in the Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining little by little. By the time I'd realized it, the one in front of me had returned to being Mion.
Kei-chan, this may not be something pleasant to take to the grave with you. You really seem to want to know, though. So I'll tell you one thing.
I didn't know if this was Mion, or just a display of momentary humanity the demon had recovered.
A long time before the demon came to live inside me, it was gnawing at my heart, trying to spur me to violence, but I suppressed it with my reason. That settled the demon down, and I got to thinking it had gone away somewhere. As it turned out, I was wrong. It hadn't left me. It had just gone to sleep.
I had noticed that there were tears forming in her eyes.
The demon woke up again due to a certain small opportunity. What do you think that opportunity was?
There was a sad and yet reproachful light in Mion's eyes.
Do you understand? I really wanted that goddamn doll.
I don't know. What gave the demon the chance to beat Mion?
This might be strange for me, a demon, to say, but you're the reason that everything got so messed up.
The tears welling up in her eyes, spilled downward all of a sudden.
At the time,
I knew it! Oh, you stupid moron. Oh my god, I knew it.
if you had given me that doll you got without hesitating, maybe everything wouldn't have gotten so twisted.
The doll I got. That doll that I got. We had our club meeting at the toy store that Sunday.
You probably can't understand. I wouldn't expect you to. But you see, all sorts of things started falling over like dominoes after that. And soon, it was too much for me to control. It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of knocking over the first one since it was so small, but you're the one who set it up.
That can't... Me?
Femcell revenge fantasy, yeah.
If you hadn't made Mion cry, then I wouldn't have had to wake up. Is that enough? For you to die in peace?
A mistake that I made on that day was what messed everything up? That can't be. Can it?
It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of it. Even so, Kei-chan, you are without the doubt. Because if you had nonchalantly given me the doll that day, then I don't think this would have happened.
I wanted to say, like I just remembered something. As I recalled that day. Lena had told me about that, and I thought I'd apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion, though. It had been Shion. In other words, oh God! I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion!
Was this too feminine to not figure out Higurashi in advance? What does that mean?
Today I came to this house.
Even on my first playthrough, I figured it out instantly. It's way too obvious. I mean, when I first saw it, I definitely said the doll was going to be an issue later. Is the demon a euphemism or literal, do you think? They still... Okay, they definitely get possessed. The girls definitely get possessed, so... They definitely get possessed, so... I think it might be a real demon. Like, it might be a real demon. Like, she faltered for a moment. She let her yandere senses glitch for a second, and the demon came out.
Today I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for. But I never said a word of apology about this. Come to think of it, when I apologized for going into the ritual storehouse, Mion looked a little bit lonely. Like she was disappointed. Why didn't I realize that until just now? Marina told me at the time, and now she herself... No, the demon was telling me. Is the only way for a dense idiot like me to be cured? To die altogether? I could no longer hold back the hot tears from pouring out of me. I simply just cried and reflected indifferently on the taste of my tears, on the taste of regret.
Can I start now then? This method of torture is very simple. I'll nail each one of these into the joint at the end of your left pinky finger.
Oh, that's way more painful than a nail.
Then I'll nail each one in order until I get to your thumb. And then I'll go back to your pinky and nail one into the joint in the middle. So on and so forth until I hammer 15 nails into your left hand. Then when it's over, I'll do your right hand next. After that, if you're still conscious, I'll tell you. There are a lot of nerves bundled in your fingertips, so it hurts far more than you can imagine. Some people apparently pass out before you finish hammering 30 nails into their hands, so...
Mion pressed the tip of the nail into my left pinky finger. My wrists, my arms, and all the joints on my fingers were strapped in so tightly it hurt and I couldn't even twitch.
I didn't hesitate at all when I was torturing the others. Why do I hesitate now?
If this will satisfy your demon, Mion. If this will sate the demon, then do to me what you will.
Huh? Are you serious?
Compared to how much I hurt Mion, this is nothing, right? Do as much as you want. In exchange, promise me 2 things. Mion was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak. After you're satisfied with causing me pain, forgive Shion. She's been punished enough to make up for her crime of sneaking into the storehouse, hasn't she?
You... After all of this, you can still worry about Shion more than yourself.
The other thing is that when you had your fill, you disappear. Give that body back to Mion. That's all.
No, Are you not even considering possibly begging for your life or anything?
Can I ask you to promise me 3 things instead of 2? The third is to leave me alive.
You said 2 in the beginning, didn't you? So you can't have any more.
That's a shame. Such an abnormal situation. Mion and I laughed quietly together, as if sharing in a stupid joke.
I probably won't keep these promises, understand? I'm a demon after all.
I guess there's nothing I can do then. I recalled tightening my hands in the fist when enduring the pain at the dentist office. Right now, though, they were all opened all the way to my fingertips, so I couldn't even grip them. So instead, I tightened my toes.
Seriously, Oishi, what the frick? Yeah.
Okay, do it. I've prepared myself already, so do it! You waiting like this to hammer the nails in is scarier. It's going to diminish my readiness after all. Mion put down the hammer and gently stroked my cheek.
Kei-chan. I'll agree to just the third thing, okay?
Huh? My third wish. To save me. She'll agree to it?
Your first wish. To save Shion. That's long done for. The demon will kill her. It's already been decided, so I can't stop it. So give up on that.
Her delicate fingers slid from my cheek to my chin.
As for your second wish, to give this body back to Mion, that won't happen either. After today, Mion will never come back. From today on, even if my body is here, it will just be a body. Because the Oni has taken it over.
That isn't true. Mion is Mion!
Don't say such sad things. Like she won't ever come back. Can you hear it? That sound.
Mion gently closed her eyes and listened. I definitely heard it as well. Slam. Slam. It was a dull noise that repeated at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors to this underground ritual storehouse.
You're late. So Reina probably called Oishi. That spaced out girl being so quick thinking was the one thing I didn't anticipate.
I'll agree with you there. Mion grinned like she'd been outwitted, then took something out that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. She then pressed the switch. Pale blue sparks flew out with a snapping noise.
You've probably never seen one before, right? It's a real stun gun. It's illegal, and its output has been increased quite a bit.
Was that what you hit me with before? That's not a toy children should be playing with. Okay, Kate, you don't say that, moron. She tortures people to death.
You're right.
She seemed to want to use the stun gun on me. Unable to move, I felt her press the cool lump of metal to my neck. Slam! Slam! I heard a roar as if they'd broken down the first large door. The halls were a bit complex, but aside from the door to this very chamber, there was nothing in their way.
I won't kill you, but I will have you go to sleep for a bit, Kei-chan. Oishi will be here soon. This will only hurt a bit.
Feeling the same shock as before. Gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyways. However, just as she did when she was about to hammer the nails in, she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids.
I'm sorry for disgracing Mion.
I made a promise before coming in here. Whatever happens, the Mion inside my heart won't change.
Look, forget about that. If you ever see me after today, don't come near me. By then, it will be the demon that inherited my corpse.
What are you talking about? Just as I tried to say that, a much stronger light than before shined, and like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. She has a gun in her pit. A stun gun sounds more reasonable after this. Oh. But it's illegal. She couldn't walk around with that. June. Who's this? Oh no, the suspect is Mion Sonozaki. Years old. She's suspected to have kidnapped 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19th and June 21. Oryo, Sonozaki, Shion, Sonozaki, Kirito, Rika, and Fudo. Imprisoned them and killed them. Preliminary investigations on the incident were delayed at the time due to incident. Oh my god, it's going too fast. But it was resolved coincidentally and shockingly. On the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling Sonozaki property heard screams from inside and rushed in as emergency measure. This occurred the suspect's missing younger sister, Shion Sonozaki, and her 2 missing classmates, Keiichi Maibara and Reina Ryugo. The suspect fled the scene. Deep in the detached basement on the Sonozaki property, which is believed to have used to kill those who disappeared, we discovered hair flakes of skin belonging to 4 missing persons, Oryo, Kichiro, Rika, and Satoko. We concluded the missing persons were tortured in the torture chamber. However, their remains are still not been found. At one of their imprisoned classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of the Sonozaki property, which was where they were imprisoned, believing that they had been there. However, they were not located, or the suspects were... In addition, investigations are continuing as to her participation in the serial freak deaths incident of recent years, thinking would give some clue. But no evidence that Mion Sonozaki was involved, either directly or indirectly, has been found. There are still many unclear points as to the motive behind the incident, and as those of the Sonozaki family residents of Hinamizawa have been extremely uncooperative in assisting us, we expect to require a long time to clarify them. The opinion of a local officer knowledgeable about the region is that this may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishing sacrilegious acts carried out against the beliefs of Hinamizawa village. It is clear that these incidents are particularly rooted in religion, or the region prefectural... We anticipated gaining valuable clues from the missing person believed to have been in prison for the longest time, Shion Sonozaki, the suspect's younger sister. But her mind was stricken by the grave after effects of the incident, and she has not been in a state of mind to properly answer any questions about what she knows. The psychiatrist concluded that she's in a temporary state of shock, but it doesn't seem hopeful that she will recover today either. We still have to die. Only a few days passed since that time. Rika... So, my guess is that if they couldn't find the corpses in the well, I think she put them in the swamp. She put them in the swamp. Only a few days passed since I have to pee so bad and I'm so hungry. But I'm holding off because I wanna like get through this. Only a few days passed since that time. After that, I was rescued by Oishi-san and his subordinates whom Reina had called in. Aside from my entirely blank state of mind, I had no external injuries. The most I had was the small burn mark from when the stun gun hit me. As I was having a checkup in the hospital, Oishi-san asked me all sorts of things. But I don't really remember what he asked or how I answered him. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. There was apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. It wouldn't be strange if she had fled to one of those and hidden herself. The one fortunate aspect amidst the misfortune was that Mion had been safely secured by the police. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. She probably didn't have enough time to, though, since Oishi-san came running in faster than she predicted. It was the only really fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now had a big, deep wound in her heart. She was in a deep, severe state of confusion. Do you hear, like, the graveliness in my voice? Oh my god, it's from screaming. When they rescued her, and apparently she bit the police officers trying to resist. From what he heard, she was seeing Mion and everyone she saw. Hated not only the hospital, but even her own home, and had shut herself somewhere in Shishibone, hiding her location. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day, and even her parents weren't sure where she actually was. Wherever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mion's shadow.
Why did they kill her grandma? Or did her grandma die of natural causes at the same time, and they had to fight over who was heir or something?
The police were investigating the Sonozakis' underground storehouse at this moment, since they couldn't find the remains of the other sacrifices. Hadn't Mion thrown the corpses into a well? I had a feeling I'd said that to him. That meant a hidden tunnel, vertical like a well, was hidden somewhere in those underground passages. The secret underground without any maps or architectural drawings, which had swallowed up the remains of Rika-chan, Satoko, and everyone else, was still unwilling to speak the truth. I was brought back to the basement again, too, for an on-the-site inspection or something. But I didn't remember being of any help. I never wanted to go back there again. For days afterwards, the Sonozaki living in Okinomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, the big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bringing many of their followers with them. However much my parents refused it, I piled up many 100,000 yen bills, calling it consolation money every day. The amount of money grew each day, and after it had passed 2 million yen, they were given an envelope containing a letter. I don't know what was written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights, and decided to move away.
Hush money, yeah. Sorry, our daughter tried to kill you. Yeah. I see. You're moving, huh? When?
At the end of next month. I won't even have been in Hinamizawa for a year.
Oh, I'll be lonely. I'm the only one left.
Nina smiled sadly. If I had just said yeah, I thought I would make her even more lonely, so I changed the subject. Here's something to think about. That's how I broached it. Mion hadn't actually Well, here's something to think about. Our friend that killed all our other friends is still at large in this city. Mion hadn't actually fled, but had been demoned away in the truest sense of the term. Where she went after she disappeared, that we didn't know. What was there when she had disappeared too? I hoped there was a hobby shop dealing in imports. The kind of thing Mion liked. In that place, she would definitely be free from the burdensome fetters of her family, and live not as Mion Sonozaki, but as just Mion and enjoyed herself. Maybe she's already met up with Satoko and Rika-chan. They must also have been waiting for the day Reina and I would join them, spending all their time doing club activities, as lively as they always were. When I told Reina that, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents the Sonozaki family had been trying so hard to hide, too, were exposed to the magazines from this single tiny seam. The serial incidents of the recent years were all pulled up like a long vine in the ground, one by one, and for many days news of it was brought up on talk and variety shows. The shows, which were comedic and silly, never once tried to touch upon the grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bringing this stuff up in jest. There was nothing I could do about it now. How big an impression would these short few weeks I spent in Hinamizawa have on my life?
Was it only a few weeks?
During these few weeks... What? This took over weeks? This wasn't months? Huh?
Yeah.
What?
He said less than 6 months. Well, he didn't say that he never saw winter. Well, it was only months IRL. I mean, I know he's not been there for a year, but weeks? That's too short.
During these few weeks, I met my best friends and had the best experiences of my life. I would probably never forget it for as long as I lived.
Yeah.
As for the distorted image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they would ball her up, throw her in the trash, and then she would fade from their memories. As one of the few people who knew the real Mion, I must always make sure I remember her. Beyond any doubt, that will surely become my offering to her. The sky reached so far up, and towering cumulonimbus clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before our eyes.
Wow. Like that. Okay, sorry, my sister home.
Even now, when 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a call from Mion rather. Now that everything was over, of course, she would never call me. But it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared of who would call me this time. Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught.
But the... Yeah, it's not Spica. Spica is a serious cloud. She's not lumpy, she's soft.
I couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side of that fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. Before her attacking when the lights were off was something that scared me. However, that feeling changed to regret within 2 days. The moonlight filtering through the gap in the curtains shone onto the desk and illuminated a doll. That's right. The doll that I should have given to Mion that day.
Why do you have it?
She said it was an import from England or something. It was all the rage, didn't she? From what Shion said, the most popular among them were the ones wearing the fluffy dress.
He bought a second one. Oh.
After being released from the incident, the first place I went to was that toy store. Everything was apparently sold out besides the things on the storefront displays. I was refused once when they said they wouldn't sell the display products, but when I realized I was Survivor A from that incident, they immediately consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I might never have the chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. I waited like this. For the opportunity, with it on the desk, so I could give it to her at any time. Plonk. There was a weird noise. It was a noise I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops, and it was completely different than the sound lost bugs made when they ran into fluorescent lights. I figured I must have misheard and nestled back into my futon. Plonk. Noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. Where was it coming from? I got up and turned on the light. There was a second, there would be a third. From where, though? I listened carefully. Plunk. The window. Some sort of pebbles were colliding with my window? When I realized they weren't being blown there by the wind, but rather being thrown by a person, I gave a start. I looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Who would it be at a time like this? I quietly peek out the front, through the gap in the curtains. In the light at the gate, despite it being so late, I saw someone. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at this window. It hit the window and made a plonking noise. Who was it? I caught my breath in surprise. If my eyes weren't deceiving me, that person was... Neon. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. My eyes were certainly not deceiving me. It was Mion! It was Mion! She was alive!
Oh my gosh. Is the story... Sorry. Is this chapter almost done? How much time left do we have? If we don't have too much time, I'll try and finish it out fast.
Mion pressed her index finger to her lips and made a shh motion so I wouldn't shout.
You're nearing the end? Okay.
If she hadn't, well, I was nearly about to cry out.
Take a break then? It's not a break thing. I think it's winding. Not much time left. It's the last scene. Okay.
Mion was in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was the middle of the night, I shouldn't call out her name. I waved to her, gesturing that I'd be right over, flung on my coat at the top of my pajamas, and flew out the door.
She's got a demon. She has to kill him because she's got the demon in her.
I quickly hit the brakes just before going down the stairs. Although happiness was sprouting within me, I had a sad feeling that this would be our final parting. So I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll. If there was a god, I don't think I would have ever thanked him as much as today. Even if it would be the last time we ever saw each other, I was so grateful for this one chance to give it to her. I slipped into my sandals, unlocked the door, unlocked the chain, and leapt out of the house. Mion!
It's been a while. How are you? Been doing alright?
It was like how we used to meet every morning. Mion waved to me and responded like she always did. It was doubtlessly Mion. It was the real Mion. Are you alright? Hang around this place.
I really shouldn't be.
She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like she was a patient who had gotten tired of staying in the hospital and snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that, and I couldn't help but be surprised. The relaxation, I thought, was more like Mion, and I was happy for it. Anyway, what's wrong? What do you need at this hour?
I wanted to talk to you. One last time.
That was when I noticed them. On Mion's forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I had thought to be a satisfied smile, was, upon closer inspection, trembling slightly, and I realized she was forcing it.
Well, I can't stay for any longer.
Pain note was beginning to enter her words as well, as if just smiling was a feat for her. Are you alright? Are you not feeling well?
I tried so hard until now. But I can tell. I'm done. This is my limit. They're about to come up behind me to take me away.
She's talking about the demons.
Mion's smile crumbled and started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much? To come all this way for me? Her laughter cut off and changed into rough breathing. I reached out to rub her back, but she knocked me away. Are you okay? Don't force yourself. Oh, that's right. I had something to give you, Mion. This doll. I wanted to do this one last thing, because I knew how little time you had left. But this last thing, it...
She stabbed him.
stomach is burning. Mion took a meat cleaver-like knife and stabbed.
What? How do you stab someone with a meat cleaver? What? What? Huh? You mean chopped him, right? She chopped him, not stabbed. With great effort. There's a pointy... Yeah, there's a pointy end, but it's like an angle. It's not... It won't go in very deep.
And stabbed me. And pushed it in tight and took it and twisted it. Eon. Hey. What? It hurts.
I made it. I made it.
I can't scream, laugh anymore.
I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot it was almost spewing fire. Mion watched it, then took a few steps back and cackled.
I've done it. I've done it all. That's everyone I wanted to kill.
Last words Mion left me with that day came back to me.
After today, Mion will never come back. From today on, even if my body is here, my body is all it will be. By then, the demon will have taken it over. The demon.
The demon. The demon. Me. God. This can't. I thought we had finally been able to meet. This can't be on. A pool of blood of my own design. As the doll I brought from Mion dyed in red. So red. Mion. The good fortune of having been...
I don't know what this is.
The good fortune of having been allowed to meet Mion once more. And the meeting. The misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful or curse it? My emotions were neither of those, as my consciousness sunk deep into a black swamp. The doll I brought from Mion. The blood had ruined it. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had been needlessly. Been ruined. Ruined. The sad moon was so white it looked frozen.
June 28, 1983. A violent incident occurred in Hinamizawa village, Shishibone City, XX Prefecture. The victim was Keiichi Mayabata, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. At around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a bladed object by the suspect of the last case, Mion Sonozaki, and was gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and was transported to the clinic. He escaped death. He didn't die? The criminal fled the scene. On the same day at approximately the same time, a fall accident occurred in the Kamishiki apartment complex in Shishibone City, Prefecture. The victim was Shion Sonozaki, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Late on the same night, neighbors overheard her having a big fight with someone and informed the manager. The manager used a master key to enter a room and discovered that the victim had fallen from her 8th floor balcony to her death. Oh my gosh. Intestines made of Kevlar, yeah. The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. One neighbor was frequently visited the Sonozaki house for some long time and testified that she heard what sounded like two sisters having a fight, trading insults back and forth. We believe this is related to the injury case that occurred the same time in Hinamizawa village, perpetrated by an incident suspect, and did a thorough search of the room, but we could not find any traces that would imply that anyone but the victim was present. The victim fell straight down into the foliage of a parking strip. Oh my god. Her neck broke and she died immediately. Well, that's good. That it wasn't painful. Her clothing was disheveled and had markings that would imply a scuffle. We also believe, however, that it could have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt based on the particular mental state of the victim after the incident. But, okay, we're conducting on both fronts, suicide and homicide. It's clearly, homicide. That's good? Yeah, she didn't suffer, she went... Oh.
Only for 5 minutes, understand? Please try not to excite him.
Yes, yes, I'll be careful.
Clack. The door opened as I expected. Oh yeah, it's Oishi.
Oishi-san came in. Hello, hello, Mayabara-san.
There's still more. Oh my god. I cannot keep streaming. I cannot keep streaming.
Ah. That was not the last scene. What do I do? Ah! I have to end it. I can't keep going. Real quick, or just go to the. It's not the toilet. I told you guys, it's not that. Last one for real this time. How long is it? Come on, Mosey, just a bit more. Okay, I'm gonna. I literally just have to like read through this as fast as possible. Just end it. Do I end it? Ah! Okay, I'm gonna try fast. Okay.
Hello, hello, Mayabara-san. It's been a while, hasn't it?
You know what? Yeah, I will end it. I will end it. I'll save here because I won't be able to do my thought process after this anyways. I won't be able to do like my thought process after this. I don't have time. I have to end it. I have to end it. I went as long as I possibly could. Okay. Thank you. Rushing Higurashi is a waste. Yeah, we need Thunkin time. We need think Thunkin time, okay? So I'm gonna end it here for today. But we got through a lot today. We streamed for 5 hours. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. If we end on Oishi, we get to start with Oishi, and that's a good thing, yeah. Yeah, so we're probably gonna start the next game next week. So guys, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed all the screaming today. And I'll see you guys in the next one. I'll see you guys in the next one. Have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow for my collab with Yuki. We're gonna draw cursed food as anime girls. She's gonna be on my channel at 5 p.m. And I don't know, maybe I'll do something early in the day. I'll have to see. I don't know. Okay, thank you guys for coming. I went over my time. I'll see you guys later. Have a good